Hi, stream number 132 for me. So today I'm going to be working on the moderation queue back end to my game. If you haven't seen my game, I'm not surprised because the game doesn't exist yet. I'm working on the baseline platform on which I want to build a multiplayer RPG. And it's going to be retro 2D pixel art tile based, but have a lot of different things you can do in the game. Because I'm not a great artist, I want to focus on content and story rather than artwork. And yeah, that's the plan. And because it's multiplayer, there's a lot of work to do to set up the server backend. One thing that's different about my stream, about me in general, I guess, is I like to build things from scratch. So I've been taking a long time not picking a game engine, but making this whole thing myself from basically bits and pieces, mostly written by me, but other things written by other people, open source, and not using a complete game engine to start. So the architecture of the game from a very, very high level looks like this. You as a client will hopefully be playing the game through a web browser, connecting through a WebSocket to the server cluster. So there are multiple servers. Each one has a complete state of the game, and they talk to each other to keep the state synchronized using a consensus algorithm called Raft, which I will spam the command for that as well. So I'm getting closer to having a platform on which to actually build the game. So I have servers, they can run, you can log into them, you can set profile information, and yesterday I was working on adding tools for the admin to list the players and attach notes and other things like banning, unbanning, and I was planning to work on this moderation queue yesterday, but I didn't have time because this took all stream. So that's what I'm doing today. It's called the moderation queue. So my idea is that from time to time you'll have disputes between players, or you'll have players that are running into issues. You know, anything that requires a moderator to come in and either make a judgment call or give some assistance, like maybe someone accidentally destroyed their gear, or that maybe the quest was broken and they're stuck, or they needed they got somehow fell through the floor in the world and are trapped. So they need help from a moderator for one reason or another. So my idea was to have a queue that moderators could check, you know, regularly or whenever they get pinged or whatever, that shows them a concise summary of what happened and gives them tools for either making a call or fixing things or escalating it to the developers. And it needs to be in the game, I feel, before I have any kind of game online, because if I don't, I know I'm going to regret it. I'll have issues in the game and people will get frustrated because there's no mechanisms to report their problems. So I want to have that mechanism in there day one. I'm going to be mostly, if not completely, doing the back end of this today. The front end is different work. So the back end servers are in C++ mostly, and the front end is in JavaScript. So, for example, here is the current version of the administrator console showing me, it's most prominent as a diagnostic log, because if there are errors happening to the game's broken, I want to see details like very quickly. And on the left panel here, we have a lot of different information about the state of the servers. For example, how many servers we have, which server is considered the leader of the cluster, and then which version it's running. And we can actually remove servers or add new servers into the cluster at any time. And some other controls down here, but I'm going to be adding the player list somehow. Probably it'll be a different tab or something. And then the moderator queue, which will be available to both the admins and special users who are mods, will be showing that at some point, but for now I'm just going to focus on the front end of the game. Here's what the player can do so far. We can just log in, change our email, change our password, or log out. It's really not much yet, but I did make a mock-up game to illustrate some aspects of what we will see. Let me run that. It's called Iron Glove. It's inspired by the game Gauntlet, made by Atari in the 1980s. And it looks like this. So this gives you a very, very, very rough idea of the art style or the graphic style of the game. It's going to be very simple 2D pixel art because that's something I can do, at least until I hire an artist. And you'll move through the game by tile, so it's very retro. This is what games were like, 30 years ago. So that demonstrates the art style. In addition, this kind of shows how the communication between front end and the back end works. There is a WebSocket connection between the two, and text messages go back and forth in the JSON format to provide information for the client to display, and then on the other side to provide the game server with input from the user. So I chose WebSockets and JSON format in particular because it makes things very easy to debug. I can look at any single message between client and server and kind of break down what was going on. And if there's any problem, I can capture it and figure out what it is, right? So a lot of people ask me if this will be slow, and my answer is maybe. If I do see performance issues with this, I have several avenues to optimize this. I could make this into binary. I could batch together messages so that you have fewer messages, but they're larger in size. Lots of different things I can do. But I don't like to do premature optimization. I want to get the game operational. Then if it's slow, then I'll address those things. So anyway, that gives you a little taste of what it will look like. Probably I'll have this view a little bit smaller. I have it scaled up a bit so that it looks nice on stream. And then I'll have a lot more user interface elements. For example, logging into... that doesn't work because I'm not running the game now. We want to see user elements for things like logging into the game. And these buttons, right? So I'm not exactly sure how I'll integrate this functionality into this game client. There might be different screens. I don't know. Haven't figured it out yet. But this is what I'm trying to get to, and this is where I am now. That gives you an idea. So it's going to be a while before I have everything integrated and running and actually have a platform to put content on, but hopefully not too much longer. Maybe another month or so. My original target was February, but it's now March. So yeah, it goes to show targets slip, especially when it's a solo dev. Okay. Hey there, Doe. Doe. Love your name. Okay, so yeah, today I am working on this thing called the moderation queue. This is a lot of back-end work to add the data structures and the messages and the commands that I need to integrate this into the game. So I'm going to obviously have a list somewhere, and each element of the list will be some kind of moderation event. And there'll be different kinds, like when a new player is created, we'll want to have a moderator just double check the name to make sure it's not inappropriate. I thought about having a language filter, but I researched it, and most people agree that it's, you can do some basic things, like have a blacklist, have some, don't let anyone use the F word, this and that. But it's really, really easy for people to circumvent those automated checks and just, with slight clever misspellings, still have inappropriate content. So the verdict is we still need a human at some point to look at the name and say, yeah, I don't know about that name. Let's change that name to something safer. So another kind of moderation event you might have is a player might be trolling someone else in the game, and we want to allow, just like in most multiplayer games, some mechanism to for a player to open a grievance or flag another player. And then the moderator will have to, look at the evidence, look at the logs or whatever, and make a judgment call whether or not to ban the troll or for how long, or there's some other resolution like, I don't know, whatever the mod might decide to do. Another kind of a mod event might be someone gets stuck in the game, or they lost a piece of equipment, or they're just frustrated about something. So we'll have a ticketing system where a player can open it and a mod will hopefully very quickly, not like World of Warcraft where it was taking days and weeks, but hopefully quickly address it and either fix the problem or send a response. How hard would it be to implement an AI for that? Very, 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 very hard, I think, because people are really clever at getting around bad name patterns. I've seen it personally on Twitch. People that use like really nasty names for their usernames and they just slightly misspell it and they get around things. So I figured it's just a losing battle. I might as well just have some moderator. It could just be me who just reviews every name to make sure that they're okay. All right, so you can imagine there are other kinds of mod events, so I'm kind of leaving it open for now. And for example, yesterday I was already working on attaching metadata to player records for this kind of thing. I'll show you. I just kept it really simple. I have special flags for if you're permanently banned or if there's a temporary ban, but then for just in general notes that are attached or a history, it's just an array of JSON values, so probably objects. So that's open-ended. I can define new kinds of events later, and the C++ code is kept pretty simple. Hey there, I play poker badly. Yo, 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 what's up? All right, so this kind of a thing I'm going to do in terms of the overall game with the moderation queue and having mod events. So I'll have something like this, and I just need to attach it to the entire game. Or maybe just I'll make a new class for this. So yeah, common information for any kind of moderator event, I think, should be, there's an activity list, so each event is really a ticket, and you can have a history of that ticket. You know, it could go through status changes, there's a time when it was first opened and when any action took place, and we need to record which mod or player, if it was just a trouble ticket, opened it or took action or whatever, and you know, we need to have room for this stuff. This a lot of this might just be front end stuff, because if I just keep it simple like this, then I can define this in terms of a JSON object or list inside of a JSON object. So see how it goes. If I finish the backend stuff really quick, I'll probably start working on the front end for this today. We'll see. So yeah, now I got to stop and think, where do I want to put this moderation queue? So the only two root classes I have in terms of state right now are the configuration and the players. It really doesn't go in either one, right? Unless I make it a global of players, which I could do, I guess. What does players have right now in its implementation? Just the player records. And this is actually, what is that doing there? Next event subscriber. This might be dead code, actually. Oh, hold on, no. That is because the players class has a subscription model, a subscription API. Subscribe to whenever settings change for the players. And that's on my list to maybe remove. I wonder if for now I can just store the moderation queue here. If so, that means this players class is trending to be more than just players, but all of the game's state cache, which I guess I'm okay with. It would eventually, I just have to rename it, right? I'm thinking, should I make a new class or should I put it here? I think to keep it simple, I'll just make another class. That way I don't make this class any bigger. Not that it's that big right now, so I'll make a new class. I'll model it after players, though. We'll call it mod queue. Player CPP. We'll copy paste that and call it mod queue CPP. And then for the tests, I'll copy players tests and make it mod queue tests. A lot of messages because the build system is like, what the heck is this file? So fix that right now. It was here, right? Source mod q test. All right, and then the code itself goes here. Mod q HTTP and then source mod q. Yeah, I'm just gonna run cmake so that it knows about where the files are that I just added. Okay, let's change tests first. So players gets renamed to mod q. No player record. Keep the rest, I guess. All right. So I need to make a mod queue, obviously. Let's strip out all the common setup here. I don't know what I want yet. And just a placeholder for now. Played holder, no, placeholder. Okay, let's define the class. Mod queue. Oh, that's the old way of doing a header guard. I was convinced by at least one Twitch viewer to start using the new way of making header guards, Pragma once. Okay, this is mod queue. I had to get the camera angle right. Thank you, Endless Zocker. Thank you very much for subscribing. Uh-oh. Why am I getting 2 notifications? Stream Elements messing up, I guess. Well, thank you very much. I do really appreciate the support. I hardly ever get to see that event. What is it? Overlay. That's cool, though. Thank you. All right, yeah, I'm working on moderation right now. The mod queue. Okay, this is a dumb sentence. It's self-explanatory. But my look? Yeah, I don't have that perfected yet. My camera angle is pretty narrow, right? So this is really, for me, like not even a foot wide. And so to have me like interact with my overlays is sort of absurd. All right. Let's just write this from scratch here. This object holds a cache of, or cache/snapshot of the game's moderation queue. Well, actually, I'm going to try to describe it with words that aren't in the name. Holds a cache snapshot of the collection of what we say? Tickets or issues, issues, it could be open or closed, that are currently known in the game. They're currently, how about say in-game? Tickets or issues, such as when a player gets stuck or flags another player for inappropriate conduct, or when a moderator is investigating some issue in the game. There we go. That's good enough, right? All right, we're not going to need, I don't think we're going to need a subscription model, so I'm not needing any of these types. So players had a player record. You know what? I'm just going to keep it simple for now. Return, and so it's going to be indexed by what? I think we'll have some kind of identifier. I just keep it an int for simplicity, right? So it doesn't need to be const. Ticket ID. Why not? Okay, return. I think I want actually 2 versions of this. So return. The, what are we going to call it? I guess I'll just call it ticket. Return the ticket with the given identifier. Actually, we'll just, yeah, keep it ticket ID. This is the identifier of the ticket to return. A copy of the ticket with the given identifier is returned. Okay, so don't know if I'll need this, but if I do, it would be a map from int to JSON value. Return all tickets. Actually, I will need that because we'll want the front end to get all the tickets when it first loads, so that so that the front end gets it and then can sort through it and address them. Record the fact that given users. Okay, this is old. Log in, log out. All this is different. Let's just start with just that for now. We can get all the tickets and we can get 1 ticket. Hey there, KHPS official. Well, thank you, Endless Soccer. I do appreciate it. You're welcome anytime you want to come by. Oh, did I? And I didn't wave to you either. There you go. Wave. All right. Modq does HTTP, not modq.cpp. Okay, don't need that. Am I gonna have to do this shared properties thing? I don't think so. Why did I have it before? Oh, it's because of that subscription model that I was giving back delegates that needed access to it. Okay, so we don't need that anymore. We'll keep it simple. So I don't need any of this stuff. This contains the private properties of the Modq class itself that don't live longer than the instance, right? So we don't have this. I don't even actually have to say this. This is where the tickets are stored. The keys are unique identifiers. And the values are the tickets themselves. All right. Don't need a mutex anymore, and I still use map, yes. Don't need string at the moment. Right, so this is int JSON value, tickets. This is the next identifier to use for a new ticket. Next ticket ID. I don't want 1 to be used, actually. I mean, I don't want 0 to be used. Okay, methods. Don't know yet. Probably none. Let's just remove these, simplify things. Okay. So JSON value is what we return, and ticket ID is what we pass in to the indexer. Actually, I do need a mutex, don't I? I don't know what necessarily what context I'm going to be called in. Okay, so let's put it at the top here. This is use a serialized access to the mod queue. All right, and then I can just use a lock guard and remove the shared part. And then this just returns records becomes tickets. Username becomes ticket ID. That goes there and that goes there. And then, is that all? That it? I think that's it for now. Everything else gets deleted. Okay, then just make sure that this builds. Then we have our boilerplate class. Actually, while it's going, I have already thought of a couple more methods I want. I want to be able to add a new ticket. And I want to be able to update a ticket, so let's make this return a reference and not const. Let me make sure I do this right. I did it sort of right here. No, operator indexer. Okay, yeah. Actually, that's not how I want to do it because of the fact that I have no idea who's going to be calling me. So that's why I'm returning a value, a copy. Let me not use the indexer. We'll just call it get and set. Update the ticket with the given identifier. This is the identifier of the ticket to update. This is the new content for the ticket. And then I want a variant that's called add, which returns the ticket ID and takes in a new one. Add a new ticket. This is the new ticket to add. This is the content for the new ticket. All right, and then this is what's returned. The identifier of the new ticket is returned. All right. Let's put get all with get. So then I just add these, just add these two new ones. And that's get now. Alrighty. Add will be const auto ticket ID equals impl next ticket ID plus plus, return it, and impl tickets ticket ID equals ticket. Impl tickets ticket ID equals ticket. Kind of the same as an add, only we're not reserving a new ID and returning it. That's why I called it a variant earlier. Really should have coded up the test for that before I did the code, but it was sort of trivial, so I guess we'll do the test now. So get all set and add, or the methods, right? I think it does. Each one deserves a test. Okay, so get. Let's have set. Is it valid to have get use set to test yourself and have set use get? Probably. Hey, there's some guy in the web 157. How's it going? My wife's working at home today. Usually the cat pesters me. The cat's pestering her instead. Win. All right. Oh, why is that capitalized? You just got up. Well, good morning. I hope. Not the best? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I'm in the same way. It takes me about a half an hour to actually wake up completely. I am not a morning person. Okay, get... Oh, what did I do there? Mistyped. Mod Q. I guess what we'll do is we'll use add to test get. Maybe that means I should combine these two. Add and get. Then I can leverage add or get to test these. Okay, so mod q add. Let's say const ticket 1 equals add. Anything we want. That's object, yeah. Foo bar. And then we'll make another ticket too. Spam PogChamp. This should say auto. I'm getting... That's how you do it in JavaScript. I always forget C++. I don't always forget. I'm thinking... I was in JavaScript mode there for a moment. Oh, yeah. Need some extra braces. There we go. Currently, it's 7:49 p.m. You're currently screwed up your sleeping schedule. You know what helps me out with that is a craftily scheduled nap to reset your sleep schedule. Or you could always just say that you are on a Mars sleep schedule, which constantly shifts ever so slightly every day until you wrap around the 24 hours. There you go. That's a cool way of saying it. You're not on an Earth schedule, you're on a Mars schedule. Okay, so that, if we add them and then we get them back, let's have this do a get all, and then we'll test get separately. Const auto tickets is mod q.get all. And then we can check to make sure we have what we expect. Assert true, assert equal 2 for tickets dot size. And then expect equal this, I guess. Actually, let's call it ticket 1 content. Same thing here. Oops. I chopped that off and I should not have. There we go, fixed. Fixed. So that's ticket 1 content is what we expect if we call mod q, no, tickets, ticket 1. And then we should also expect not equal, that the ticket numbers are not equal to each other. But I'm not going to make any assumptions about whether we start at 1 or 2 or what. What's the problem here? What's your problem there, Sean? That should be an int, right? So what's the problem there? No acceptable conversion. Is it because it's const? I think it's because it's const. So yeah, so we'll do it this way. Ticket 1 entry is tickets.find ticket 1. and then assert false that ticket1 entry equals tickets.end. So the same thing with 2. Type matching. Oh, you're responding to something else? You've been working nonstop on a bot, so for the past 3 days you've gone to bed at like 5 to 7 in the morning. Wow. That's dedication. Yeah, the type. The problem was, I think, because I made it const, and so you can't use the indexer on a map if it's const. And that needs to be an auto, const auto. What reason why you can't use the indexer on a map in C++ for a const is the indexer, if the entry doesn't exist, it actually inserts it automatically. So a find doesn't do that. A find, if it can't find it, it returns an iterator regardless. But if you can't find that ticket number, it returns you the same thing as if you asked the collection for its end iterator. It's like a marker saying it's not in there, right? So this allows me to keep it const. All right, so that's add all and add. So get, do the same kind of thing. We'll just remove the 1 here. And we'll just do const auto ticket1 ticket. Actually, I guess we can just do a direct expect equal ticket content for mod q.get ticket. All right, and set is just that reversed. Set can leverage get. Actually, no, set is a change. Right, so do something like this, where let's take the ticket. No, take the ticket content. We get the ticket out, and then we'll change the ticket content equals pogchamp. All right, and then we do a mod q.set ticket content. And then we should expect to be able to get back out, not that, but a new one. What exactly am I doing? A request queue for moderation? Yeah. So I am trying to make the platform for a multiplayer game. So I want to have a way to govern users before I actually even start writing the game, because I'm going to allow people to play the game as I'm building it. So this is sort of a prerequisite to getting the game up and running, is to have some way to govern users. And there'll be lots of different things that moderators will have to do. And I want to funnel them all into a queue to make it easy for moderators to do, so that it doesn't take, they don't have to spend time searching. They don't have multiple ways tickets come in. It's just one queue that they occasionally address. And they'll have anything from reviewing the names people pick to handling disputes or helping players out that are stuck in the game. So right now I'm trying to keep it simple, and the moderation queue is literally just a map from ticket IDs to generic JSON values. So this class can hold any kind of JavaScript object notation value, right? So it's open and extensible for now. We'll see if I'll know if I made a mistake if I'm finding that I do too much work on the front end and not enough on the back end. But the way I see it, the back end really doesn't care about the content of these tickets, really. It's really all for the front end anyway. I just need a place to store it, and it needs to be replicated across the whole cluster of servers. So keeping it simple, I think, will be a good thing. So, which probably means I'll be working on the front end today, because I'm going to be done with this back end really soon. So let's run the unit tests. Oh, that's interesting. Sometimes the whole test suite vanishes, and I have to hit reload here. All right, let's just run everything. So I should have linked this earlier, but I use test-driven development for the back end. And for testing, I use Google Test. And there are nice plugins for VS Code, like the Test Explorer. There's an extension for Google Test that I like to use. And for building, I use CMake. So Occasionally people ask me how do I run and set up tests, or how do I run CMake. So that video that I linked there, I recorded for you guys in case anyone wants to know how I do it. The staff ticket queue, yeah. Player has an issue gets in queued. Yeah. Also, I kind of want it to be pretty comprehensive, so there's an activity list and there's a status, almost like a little miniature Jira, for example. So that even if after the ticket's closed, if the player says, hey, I'm still not satisfied, they can maybe reopen it. There'd be some way to do that. And right now, this queue is in C++ and in the game journal. So this is really just a snapshot or a cache of it. And the actual data is stored in the game as a sequence of changes to the game. But what was I going to say? Right now, the cache is stored in memory. I am thinking about perhaps this would be replaced by a database at some point. Just like this player's, with its map of player records, might end up being a database as well. It depends on, it would be the path for scaling this up and making it faster if I need to. Be to use a database instead of these classes. You're a C# dev. Just make a new project and reference the main one. Then using NUnit tests, do loads of function tests. Yeah. So I kind of approximate that by using Google Test and having these plugins for VS Code. It works for me. Never 100% happy with our tools, right? But as long as we can get by. And oh yeah, I was not even watching. The test did run. So yay, mod tests are in here. And they're running. Okay. Incremental progress. Let's check that in. Added a mod queue. It's not connected to anything yet. But we added it. Yay. I guess I want to integrate it next, right? Use Google Test in a native C++ project is pretty awesome. Yeah. I mean, it's especially easy to start learning if you start with something simple like this, right? That the tests are really just setting up use cases or scenarios like get. We are expecting that when we get the ticket out, that we get the original content we added in the first place. And I like to not have every test stand in isolation. I like them to leverage each other. Like, this is using add, assuming that we've tested add with this test. And I try to make sure that there's no cycle. So add and get all, they test each other, but they both have to work. Actually, I guess they do have cycles here. Add and get all are testing each other. Add is testing get and set. Add and get are testing set. So in an aggregate, they're all testing each other, and I don't actually care about how it's implemented as long as the API works, right? You made tools to call specific functions mid runtime because in case something breaks, you don't want to shut down the program to reload a few libs. Okay, I think I get what you're saying. Yeah. I like that. I like those kinds of facilities too, and I was hoping to implement that in my game as well. In the prototype game that I made to test things out, I am using Lua as one way to do that. So in the back end, all of the game systems are in Lua, and basically I can reload or if something breaks in these game systems, I can fix it and load it into the game without recompiling it, simply because Lua lets you just reevaluate the script and replace all of the functions at runtime. And for C++, it's a little bit harder, right? You have to have a plugin system. You have a direct console to interact with the raw code. Yeah, so you either have a compiler or interpreter or a plugin system. All of those things are pretty cool, and I like them. I approve. I heartily approve of that approach. Okay. I'm going to integrate this into the game next, right? So you wouldn't call it any of those things, so maybe I'm not quite understanding what you're doing. Let me read this again. You made tools to call specific functions mid-runtime because in case something breaks, you don't want to shut down the program. Well, you said to reload a few libs. To fix a runtime error. Oh, so you're not changing the code, you're just reloading the state. I see. Well, it's almost the same thing. It's just data instead of code that you're reloading. You call a function by its safe assembly name with args. In a sense, the .NET runtime is handling any kind of plugin stuff that you need, although you might not call it a plugin. But reloading either data or code at runtime without rebuilding, yeah. Calling function in the code view is console more than a script. Yeah, I'm gonna have the same kind of thing, where if something is going wrong in the logic, and if it's scriptable or I have I can change the data or the code, I will have commands to do that. Right now I have an admin console to do some of that. So right now, here's my cluster running. If I do the whole server at once. So if I want to reload the state of a server, I will either change the version it's running, which causes it to be unloaded and reloaded, or I will add a whole new server. I don't have actual console commands yet, though, but I probably will add that at some point. Program doesn't know what's broken or what happened. You see it, and then you can do the needed fixes. Yeah, it's a good point. So you're fixing the data at runtime using a console. Yeah, I'll probably end up doing that, but not right now because I don't actually have a real game. I see that as something that I'll probably add when I actually have more game state. I'll show you what the game state is now. Build. I need to put this in an easier to access place. So here is the state of the game. If I were to tell it what the format really is, which is JSON, and then I were to just look at one command in the game and say format that. Here's an example state change command of the server, which is create a new player. And then here's all of the information about the player to add. So commands like that are sequenced. And then every time a new server needs to build its database, for example, it will execute or what have I been calling it? Replay. It'll replay this log to build the current state. And then periodically, from time to time, we'll make snapshots and then truncate the journal. And I can imagine that if I needed to have like console-based access to this, I would just make a method to inject a new command raw on the console. Yeah, so and my stuff is going to run headless, so the way I'm going to be accessing it is through another web client, which has special access. Yeah, so I can imagine adding a console where I can add a raw command of my own choosing to change the data of the server to fix the problem. But yeah, I haven't really thought much about this, so now you've given me the idea to do it for my game too. I'm just picking out which comment I want to copy. Actually, I'm just going to put it in a note. I'm going to say, inspired by some guy. We'll know who the some guy is, right? It would be nice to have a raw console to the game to append whatever journal entries I might need to fix errors. Basically, it's game data errors. Yeah. That's why you love the name? Yeah. I don't have to say the full name. We just know some guy. We know who that is. Okay. How am I going to want to integrate this? I need to be able to append. I need to be able to do a set and an add through through those game commands. So I'm going to need to add some commands, aren't I? Okay, so we're going to go to command test, and we're going to formulate a new kind of command. And these tests have been coming in groups of 3. So there's the test to create the command, to encode the command, and to get the command's type. So we're going to hijack that and reuse it. And what we'll call it? Add mod event. Add mod event. Why not? Okay, so what's it going to look like? It's actually whatever I want, right? So foobar is as good of a mod event as any. Right. Let's do the whole thing. So that whole event, that whole body is what I will expect. We'll just keep it real simple. Content. Okay, and then if we add one and we say content equals this, then expect that same thing. No, it's content. No, it is the same thing. So there's no encode really. Encode is that. Encode's just going to return it directly. Okay, this is going to be a super simple command then. How exactly does that JSON object work? Because it looks like you're just making an array each time. It uses C++ 11 initializer lists. So this kind of syntax is relatively new, at least to me. And so object is... How come I don't have this declared as a static? Oh, yeah, this is a free function in the namespace called object. So JSON is the namespace, object is the function, and it's a factory of JSON values, and it takes a standard initializer list. So object's initializer list is always pairs, so it's key value. So it's the key thing is this initializer list works with braces. So if it was an array, it would be an initializer list of just values. And the way it's coded, you use this pattern. It has the protocol for initializer lists is that you use begin end, and the arg has a first and second because it's a pair, or it's just asterisk arg if it's a single value. This is a pretty powerful syntax because the values themselves can have their own initializer lists. So I could do something like this, JSON array, and then that initializer list could be 1, 2, 3. So I was inspired to do this by looking at another JSON library, nlomans. Get that right? Let me look it up. He did it better. I didn't do it as well because I wanted to do it from scratch, but his is a lot better implementation. So if you look at his, they have show this example. Assume you want to create this JSON object, and you can either do it the traditional way, or you could use it using an initializer list syntax, and it looks very similar to the JSON. And I'm like, that's pretty cool. Let me learn about initializer lists and see how close I can get to that. So I don't quite have it that clean. I use these factories in front, but on the other hand, I kind of like the explicitness of that. It is pretty cool. I definitely recommend nloman's JSON. He's called it JSON for modern C++. if you want a really, really complete and well done one. If you want mine, mine's on my GitHub. Mine's a lot simpler and less featureful, which does have its pros. Like nLomans is pretty huge. It's all templates, so you can argue that it's only as big as what you use, but mine's a lot smaller and maybe easier to read. I don't know. Anyway, it's pretty cool. I just need to define that new command, I think. So let's make a header file for it. I can pick any one of these. Mod event. Oop, what happened? Mod event. Actually, it was specifically, what did I call it? Add mod event. Is it guaranteed to build this object at compile time? No, it is runtime. And the way you can, at least for mine, the way you can tell is if it doesn't use const exprs. If you use like const exprs, then the compiler can actually do it at compile time. But if you don't, then it sort of forces the compiler's hand to do it. Unless the compiler is really well designed to optimize. I don't know. Perhaps the compiler figures out, hey, I know that every time you call that, it's going to return a constant thing, so let me just do it at compile time. Pretty sure, though, that compilers aren't that smart. Newtonsoft JSON. Yeah, for C#, yeah. Is that C#? Yeah, the newer languages are pretty cool because they can use a lot of tricks because a lot of the stuff is done at runtime that used to be done all at compile time. And then you can use features like reflection to attach attributes and then operate on classes at runtime. Yeah, of my own choosing, I'm stuck in an older language that doesn't have a lot of that stuff. Okay, let me rename this stuff. Add mod event. We don't have a player record. This represents a server command which is used to add a new event to the game's moderation queue. I don't know if I want to call it a queue. I can't think of a better name though. For moderators, it really will look like a queue because they'll go to the page and they'll say, "Here is a queue of things that you need to address," and they'll be sorted either by importance or by open time or last change or something like that. Okay, and we're going to keep it simple. This is the content of the event, and then it's just JSON value content. And then I don't need these identifiers for server. All this stuff we don't need. All right. Protocol buffers. Yes, I might use those later. Right now, I'm using JSON on the wire, so to speak, between client and server. And if this becomes a bottleneck, I definitely will consider using protocol buffers with binary messages and maybe even batching them up. Okay. This one, I guess we'll copy, paste, add mod event. Oh, is that a bug that said HPP? I think it was. Let me fix that. Yeah. Wonder how many of those kinds of bugs I have. Oh, I have another one. Oh, wow. They're all wrong. How did I get away with that for so long? And no one said anything. Not that it really matters that much. This is really just kind of Chrome, right? Unnecessary comments that make me feel good. Wow, every single one is wrong. Copy pasta error. Okay. Leave. All right. CPP there. Hey there, Said Who and John Games. Do I look good? Thank you, John. John, what have you been streaming lately? Has it been? Have you still working on the Roots game, or have you moved on to something else? Shout out both to John Games and to Said Who. So these two gentlemen are also fine Twitch streamers. John Games in the past, he might still be working on it, but he was working on a mobile-based game where you are controlling the root system of a tree. It's a very interesting concept. And then Said Who likes to stream shader toy stuff. So if you're interested in graphics, shaders, he finds interesting ones and he works on them. And I think he makes his own too. A lot of the times, shaders, you pick up bits and pieces and inspiration from other shaders and you just work on them in general, right? Roots is done, and now making a game that looks like Paper Mario but is very different. Oh, interesting. Cool. We're going to do talking over a browser, use a WebSocket. I agree with that. It is so easy to use a WebSocket, especially in JavaScript, and the browser tools are really nice. Ain't this cool? That's an advertisement for WebSockets if anything else. When you're looking into a bit, when you are looking into it, look into flat buffers. Effectively the same thing, but zero allocation costs. Maybe I have the same team as protocol buffers. Okay. Let me record that. And when I search through my notes for proto buffers, I'll see that. You don't copy anything directly. Use learn. Oh, you don't copy anything directly? I thought you did. Because that's what I would do. I would take something, copy it, and then like change things on it to make it cooler or different or something. Programming is get the idea from a programmer, make it better for your needs. Yeah. Started mocking up the design of your node graph native compiler. Cool. Node graph, huh? Nice. All right, we're repurposing this copy pasta, right? Add mod event. And this is going to be actually pretty easy. It's going to be content is just encoding directly. And encode is just return content. Couldn't be simpler. It's really just a placeholder. If I do more than just have a JSON value for the content, this is the place where I wouldn't be modifying it, right? All right, so the header, the aggregate header for commands needs to have a new include. And then, so I don't forget this time, let me do it now. Every time we add a new event, I need to go to the main program where I keep the table of factories for events, and I have to add one for it. Register command type. Add mod event. I didn't forget this time. Who knows if this will ever finish, but it's interesting. Yeah, a lot of projects, when you're prototyping or learning or just playing around with programming, don't need to be finished. It's the important part is the what you're learning as you're doing it, right? Okay, I don't have it added to the build system. That's the problem. Okay. Add mod event.cpp. And then this goes in front. Add mod event HTTP. Now it should link. All right, and I can run the new test die. Oh, it did it again. It dropped the test. It's the journey that's important, yeah. You know what goes along with that? It's that we learn from failure more than what we learn from success. So I don't mind things breaking or failing because I just remind myself I learned from that. As long as we don't get damaged in the process. Oh, I was mucking around showing that. I screwed up my own test, didn't I? That should be bar. Or we could do this. Change it that way. That works too. See, it works. Okay, so we can add a mod event. So these are commands that change the state of the game. So there's add and then I guess we just want to change, right? Keeping it simple will be a lot of data if a ticket's big, though. I guess I don't really care. It's not like moderation events will happen that often. So I can keep it simple. We can just have another one called, let me think about this. Actually, when the command is executed and comes back, how will we know it's the one we added? Yeah. The only way we'll know is if I attach server and client IDs. So maybe I should do that. Yeah, let's do that. So server and client IDs are how the game tracks like who made a request so that we can return the response to them. It's also how we track who's logged into the game. So let's make the changes to that. So I was already here in the tests. Create. So we're going to include, we're going to push this down a level. Content is JSON object of that. And then in addition, we'll have server ID. And we can put anything I want here. How about 85? Client ID. When you're testing, you can play around with that, whatever numbers you want, as long as they match. So on the way out, that's the content, and then 85 for command server ID, and then 42 for client ID. Okay, and then the same thing down here. If you're no longer if you're going no longer testing the queue, okay. I'm out of sync with what you're saying. Sorry. Seem to have forgotten what your delete key does. Yeah, that happens to me too. Don't feel bad. Okay, the encoding, right. I can steal this actually. And then just change that to a bar, right? Bar. Because this test is boring. It only uses bar. Alright. Oh, hold on. I need to push this down a level. Like, oh, why did I do that? That was there. This is screwed up too here, isn't it? Why do I have an assert here? That's just, oh. Yeah, let me, well, no, I'll keep it. I'm so indecisive at times. Kind of funny, you can hear me arguing with myself. I don't know if it's a good habit or not, but I start talking to, I vocalize because everyone's watching. I do it when either I'm streaming or if someone's in the same room watching me code, but if there's no one around, it's all in my head. Sometimes I wonder if it's too excessive or not enough. I guess when you guys tell me to shut up, that's when I'll be quiet. If you're going to track IDs, you're no longer testing the queue, but the command. Oh yeah, this isn't testing the queue. This is integrating that queue with the command, the game journal, the command sequence. That's what I'm doing. So the content is going to end up being taken and added to the mod queue. And this is just to track who added it so that when we get the ticket number back, we can tell them which ticket it was. Okay, it's not the server to which the players, it's the server to which the client who requested the ticket, the mod event be added, currently connected. That's horrible English, isn't it? This is the unique identifier of the server to which the client who requested the mod event be added is currently connected. Okay, then they have to be connected. Client. That takes the place of player. I'll live with it. Log everything I need. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I only need the IDs to route back, and then the actual ticket to add. I don't mind adding things incrementally. That's one thing you do in test-driven development is you only put in what you need to make the test pass. And if you do need to add stuff later, you just update the test, and then you update the code. It's iterative. As long as I don't make things break backwards compatibility, I'm fine with it. Okay, so that'll compile and fail my test, right? Because we provided the fields for it so that it'll compile, but it won't pass the test anymore. Right? Because they're not set. And they're not encoded and everything. So let's do the thing. So this has to be, this becomes a little bit more involved, right? Right. So it's, just to be not ambiguous, it's encoding content. And then server ID is int encoding server ID. It's amazing how many times you have to remind experienced programmers of you ain't gonna need it. Well, what happens with experienced programmers, because it's happened, I've seen it, is that sometimes it could be one of two things. They're overconfident, and then like, yeah, I know I'll need that. Let me just put it in because I know I'll need it. And then the way they learn is that someone later tells them, hey, I told you so. You didn't need that. The other way it happens sometimes is they actually do know what they're like. They've been down that road before and they add it in advance. And I call that shortcut or cheating. But if they can get away with it, you know, more power to them. Thank you for the follow, Genzoom or Genzoom? Or is it Genzume? Sorry, I know I said your name wrong at least twice because I said it 3 different ways. All right, so this, hold on. Hold on. Oh, I picked the one command that actually does only have content. Right, I'm going to be doing this thing. Content. And then server ID, server ID. Client ID, client ID. Okay, I missed some chat. Said who was saying how can you say that something has no use purpose just because you don't know what use purpose it would have? I guess it's not that you're saying it has no purpose. You can say you don't know if it has a purpose. And so the Yagni principle is just assume it doesn't have a purpose. If you learn later that it does have a purpose, then you add it. Because more often than not, we tend to over-design things, and then it's a waste, right? If you under-design, it's not so bad because you just go and add the things that you actually did need. It's just you've delayed adding it. I get that right? Yeah. What else did I miss? A lot of maths, which was considered non-useful in the past, now is. Yeah, we learn, right? You don't have to get it right the first time. You usually have to give this reminder in context in which you also have enough experience to know that they really won't. Yeah. Well, we learn from each other, right? It's okay for people to make mistakes. You can just laugh at them and tell them you told them so. Maybe that reinforces the point of the learning. Isn't that what good teachers do? They let their students fail, and then they put in a subtle hint that, yeah, I told you so. Do it in a way that they don't feel trolled or debated or hurt feelings and all. They don't remember anything you told them? Well, as a teacher, do you care more that they remember or that they learn? Because when I was in school, I think the bad teachers really wanted you to just memorize things. The good teachers wanted you to understand why things were, and so that you didn't have to memorize so much, but you could start to employ your intuition and knowledge in other disciplines to understand. And yeah, why memorize things today when we have computers to hold all that knowledge for us? Google search it, right? I also say this because when I get old, you start to forget things, and then your memorization isn't so good. And so, yeah, I'm off on a weird tangent. I'm sorry. Crate is still failing. Thanks for the follow, Quab. More of a shortcut person. You know you want something in there. Yeah. Well, I'm trying to resist that urge of shortcutting things. You don't like underdesigning because usually you make large scale product, it compresses down as far as you can and make it. It's just a different way of doing things. For me, it works. It's been working more these days. Oh, what are we saying here? A new sub? You guys are awesome. Thank you, some guy on the Web 157. Very much appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Was that a resub? I'm using Yata, and that doesn't always tell me if it's a sub or a resub. Oh, because it's Twitch Prime. Got it. Yeah, see, my memory is already failing me. I can't remember when you subbed before. Don't get old, people. You start forgetting things. You teach 3D modeling, so the problem space is different from programming. Ah, but 3D modeling has mathematical foundations, right? And so does programming. So there's a little bit of a crossover. It makes me think that math should be taught in the context of 3D, either modeling or graphics in general, at least certain aspects of math, because visualization really, for some people, really helps. Okay, what did I do wrong with create? What does the unit test tell me? Content is empty. Oh, probably because the test is wrong. Oh, this test is... No, that test is right. Hold on, what's going on here? This line, this content is empty. It should be... Oh, I know why. Because we don't want to convert from string. I want to hold on... Yeah. That was intentionally not a cast. Yeah. Okay. So now I have the server and client ID, so I can add that in the Git. I'm going to need those to return back responses. Add mod event, yep. These are all unrelated. Add mod event. Mod event. It's okay. These are all add mod event. Command. All of these were just typo. Fix, copy, pasta, typo. Hey there, Volatile Majesty. Another great name. I love you guys for your clever names. Math is unquestionably very relevant, but most problems that come up are related to having goals and thinking through what needs to happen. Oh, for 3D modeling? Yeah. It just, I guess you just made me think of 3D graphics when you said 3D modeling. All right, time to make this something that you can do as a... How am I going to approach this? It's going to be... Let's make the scenario. It's something that... oh, I already had a place for this. It's an admin player control, right? And so this will be a new test. Actually, it's 3 tests. Just like the changed player profile. It's going to be... Changed player profile in all these places gets renamed to add mod event. How are we gonna? Okay, there are lots of different mod events. Maybe I'm approaching this wrong. I think I am approaching it wrong. I think I want to have different ways mod events could be added. So maybe I'll just put in 1 or 2 of these, and I'll leave the rest for more work to be done later. Let's do this one. New player created. So so instead of making this part of that test, we'll make it part of the yeah, great player stuff. So that's where is that? I forget where. The profile? Yep, here we go. So part of creating a new player account now will be, I don't like that hard-coded too. Let me fix that. What we should do is just get, let me put a bookmark there and look for journal entries before. It's a better pattern to have. So we remember how many journal entries we started with, and then we'll expect that we get, so to keep the code the same, it would just be that. Right, so that shouldn't break that test. Profile. Create new player account. The test still passes, so now instead we're going to expect that there are 2 entries added. What do I want to do here? I kind of feel like scoping these differently. And then doing it again, and doing another scope here. Did that fix the issue? What issue are we talking about? Is this Google's testing library? Yeah, no problem. It is. And I have a demonstration, like half an hour video, how I set things up. I use a combination of extensions here. So CMake for my build system, and then I've been using, that video doesn't actually talk about it because it's relatively new, but I use Google Test Explorer because it gives me this nice integrated overlay, but you don't have to have this. Just having Google Test in your project and then using CMake is what I had that video cover, because that's how I work. That's how I roll, man. I mean, from yesterday, your shader. Oh, I didn't get to do that. I'm sorry. That I didn't get to do. You know why? I'll confess that I didn't really follow up on anything other than I did send out an email for that book recommendation because I procrastinated and played a game all day. I was playing Empyrean Galactic Survival for the rest of the day, and I was up until 1 a.m. playing that damn game. Sorry, said who. I'll get to it, I promise. I needed a break, I guess. Okay, let me do it this way. So it's +1, and then we expect a add mod event. From the same, so does it matter? It doesn't really matter. It's going to tell the player that a ticket was opened, potentially, right? I can do whatever I want in the front end. So there'll be a ticket created automatically now when you create a new player account. Actually, you know what I can do is I can say that we zero it out, because we don't really want the player to bother the player about the ticket number. It'll just be added to a mod's queue. Yeah, that sounds good to me. And then let's expect what the content is. And here I get to be a little bit creative because I don't know what I want yet. Command content. Yeah, did said who link it? I can link it again. He had an issue with the shader, and it was only on Windows. Oh, now I'm running it and nothing's showing up. But here was the link. Did you change something, Setu? Because I don't see anything now. It's all blank. It was like, where are the controls again? Didn't you have like a comment somewhere that said what the controls were? Yeah, some documentation. Q to destroy, E to place interact, number keys to select the items on top. Oh, okay, I see. So you can make a redstone path like this. Must confess, I don't know what all these things mean. This is like turning on. I don't know what these mean exactly, but this is a reference to Minecraft. So he did this all in a GPU shader. And or you didn't write all of this, right? You took something and then you were modifying it. That's a lever, yeah. You did all of it. Oh, nice. So this is an original Setu 12 production. Now, how do I toggle it? E to interact. Ah. Oh, I see. It's very subtle. That's not lit, and that's lit. And it decays over distance. Okay, I see that. So anyway, you're still having a problem with it? And it had to do with maybe doing use angled GL, because this might be using DirectX, right? That was the potential issue. I'll have to, yeah. Anybody who wants to take a look at it, try to figure out what the problem is, you're welcome. Welcome to try. Okay. So this is going to expect now, when we create the player, it also creates a mod event. And what do I want to put here? Type new player. Username Bob. What else do we want to say? Timestamp, and then it'll be whatever the server's time was. That sounds good to me. That's what I'm going to expect now. Did I link twice? Oh, you linked it twice. I got it. Okay. Okay, so I've modified the expectation of create player. So now we expect another event, which we don't have. So now here's where I'm going to go into the game to append that extra command. Coordinator, I think it was in profile. On create player. No, on register. Register account, right? This one. So if they pass all the checks like reCAPTCHA and stuff, then it gets, then we call this one on register. But why do I bother doing impl profile? That we don't need to do, because we're already in impl profile. Okay, on, oh no, I do need that. Never mind. Because it's in a callback, and we had to capture it. Okay. On register. Alright, so here's where we make the new player, and then we append that, and then I'm going to append, I'm actually going to append both of them at the same time. This is an add mod event. And then we'll have a log entry for it. just those ones. And then the add mod event entry is added to this list. So let's pretty that up a little bit. There we go. And mod. There we go. Content. Username is that. And I can just tunnel it through, actually. And then what else did the test want to have? It was here. Type and timestamp. Okay. Actually, I'm just gonna cheat and copy it. And that is under impl, I think. Timekeeper? Yep. Get current time. Actually, did I sample the timekeeper anywhere else here? I did. There's a now. Because we put it under creation time. Okay, got it. Actually, that's redundant. Maybe we don't need the creation time. I'll put it in there for now. Alright. That should make it pass. One would hope. Cool. Okay, now every time we create a player, a mod event will be made. Oh, I need to add a couple things, right? What were the common fields I wanted to have? Activity list. Okay. Actually, I guess the timestamp is part of that, right? Yes, let's call it history. I'll do it this way. So that will be every activity will have a timestamp, a status change, status new. Or no, the change implies what it changed to, right? Or what it changed from. Changed to. Okay, which mod reviewed it? So who will be it was created by the new player themselves. And optional node, optional tag, so we don't put those in there. So that's the history so far, and then there's the status, the current status. Actually, I think this should go into its own little thing. That's by type, right? Let's put the generic fields first and then the specific fields here. Let's make that not capitalized. So I can use the same thing as a key here. And then these are the things that are specific to that type of event. Hey there, Nalaj. How are you doing? All right. So here's the generic things all mod events will have, and then this for this specific kind of mod event, which is a new player event, it will have that in it. And do I want anything else? Currently assigned mod, if any. So that's here, right? Assignee. And then what? Actually, I should just make that a string. Creation timestamp. Do I even need that? Because there's always one thing in the history. I don't think I need that. Actually, there should be some indicator of what this is. So this is what the change was. Which means I'm going to have to nest this even more. Create. I'm doing that looking ahead to see what I probably will need. Maybe I'm over-designing this, but we'll find out. So my idea is that the generic mod event, the moderation queue, will know about these first four things. What type of event it is, what its current status is, who it's assigned to, and then a history. So that'll be like maybe these three are the things that show up at the top level queue list. And then if you wanted to dig down into the history is just an array of objects where, again, the only thing that's generic is the type, and then depending on the type, you'll have information. So if it's a create event, if it's a create, what are we calling this thing? This is a ticket, and this is an event on the ticket. If it's a create, then it has like what? Oh, wait a minute. We should have this at this level. What status it changed to, and then what kind of event it was, and then actually the timestamp is generic as well, right? And the who is actually okay. So I actually don't need anything here. It can be an empty object, but I do want an object, right? No, I don't even need an object. Yeah, why bother? Do I even need this to be encapsulated? I don't think I do. Why don't I just simplify it? Yeah, okay. I think I'm gravitating towards this. So generic fields first, then specific fields. And specific fields don't need to be in a nested object. History is an array of objects the same way. These are the generic fields, and then if it had specific fields, it would follow those. Okay, I like that. So that's what the test expects. Let's have the actual thing do it. Type. I'm undecided whether or not to make the N capitalized or not. I'm leaning towards yes, capitalizing it. Okay, assignee, no one. History is, it's created, and that's where we'll put the timestamp. And then who is message username. Both places. All right. Let's try it. Hey there, Rally Monkey. Stream is going okay. I stayed up too late last night playing a new game, so couple consequences. I didn't get follow up from yesterday on too many things, and I'm a little bit more foggy headed this morning. And it's almost noon, and I feel like it's the morning. I was playing Imperium Galactic Survival because I was watching another Twitch streamer playing it. I'm like, oh, that looks fun. It's in alpha. It's got issues. It's like mixed reviews. But I'm into that kind of game where it's open world exploration, crafting. Even though it's the genre is pretty, what is the right word? There are a lot of games out there that try to hit that genre, so it's the market's sort of flooded, right? So it's kind of hard to find a good one. I don't know. I don't know if I liked it. It's $20. Saturated, that's a good word. The market's kind of saturated with open world, sandbox, crafting, exploration games. And I think I need to play it a little bit more to see if I really like it. Actually, I guess if I stayed up until 1 a.m., I guess that means I like it. I wouldn't stay up till 1 a.m. playing a game I didn't like. Still, I need to play as Subnautica. I hope you got it for free. There was like a promotion when where it was free from Epic Games, I think, for a while. You should play it before the Sub-Zero sequel is done. It is pretty cool. All right, I built that and I need to test it. Okay, cool. So now a mod event is created whenever we make a new event. Should I go ahead and do these? So these would be messages that any player logged in could do. I think I will do them. I think I will. So where to put it though? Make a new module for this? Or put it under profile? No, I think I'm going to need another module called moderation. Moderation. Okay. All right, so it needs its own test module as well, right? Okay, so for the test we have, where is M moderation? Right before profile. Okay, right, so right here. And then in the main make file, this is under source coordinator. Right after messaging. It looks like I put the headers is there as well. So here. Okay, so make CMake happy. Oh yeah, I was watching Ski Dog play the new Metro game, and I won't spoil anything. It looked pretty cool. It reminded me of the Fallout series. So only more what do you say? More shooter. You're into first-person shooters. That's not a bad game. Okay. Do the test first. This module contains unit tests for the coordinator class that have to do with moderation. Messages. Don't need this stuff, do I? I don't think I do. So this test case I was going to add is flag player. So flag player we make 2 players, and I believe it was Alex and Bob. And we will okay, I don't want an admin. I want a normal player. And I had to log in for that, right? And this, I need 3 versions of this. Flag player from leader. That means mobilize server as leader, right? Then make a new connection, and then I have to go back and see how I did this. It was like there was a login helper. Yeah, here we go. This stuff. And then, yeah, I guess we're picking a number here. And then the player sends a message of some kind, and what we expect is for that new mod thing to be appended. This stuff. That should be add 1, right? And then similar to this, where was it? No, it was in create new player, right? Yeah. This thingy. And with this assertion before it, Well, they tweaked the numbers a little bit. We only expect one more command to be added. It's an add mod event, and here we should mark because we'll want to give them a link back to that ticket number. So client ID and server ID need to match. And then the type is flag player. So the way I've seen those games work, where it's a story-based but open world, it's an open world but with a lot of either obvious or clever invisible walls. So it just doesn't let you go out of bounds, right? Either explicitly or through like Subnautica, for example. Actually, I don't want to give away anything. So forget Subnautica, but for example, a generic game could make it appear open world, but if you go too far away, maybe I don't know, maybe there's too much radiation or something, or it's too cold, and if you keep going, you just die. So that's an invisible wall. If they work it into the story, that's great, but a lot of times they just doesn't let you move past some distance. I hate those kinds of invisible walls. But yeah, so it's sort of a trick. It's not really completely open. It just you can't you run into these walls, either literal walls or you run into gameplay walls. Like there just isn't any mobs. It's all boring, and so you just don't go there, and it steers you back to the story every time. That kind of game, I'm okay with it. The story's good. So I guess Subnautica would be an example of that. It has a story, but it's sort of open world. They steer you back to the story constantly. I like it because the story is good. If the story isn't so good, but it's truly is open with a lot of stuff, I like that as well. Either one or the other for me. Okay, flag new player, status new, assignee, we don't know yet. History, it's the create the ticket, status is new, timestamp, and who is Alex is reporting it, right? And then username, we're complaining about Bob. And what should... We probably should have two things, right? There should be like a drop-down like category, issue category, and we can say something like was a jerk. I don't know. It's just a test anyway, right? And then some kind of notes or description. Maybe we just call this category. And then description. Bob didn't give me the sword he promised. Okay. And then what I want to happen is I want this information to be funneled in here, down the bottom. Right? And then, okay, there are two things actually. We want the journal entry to be added, but we also want the player to receive back a response. So did I have that in here? I had it here. So we expect, where's the expected response? No, that's not it. Oh, right. It's when the ticket gets created. So that's a separate test. So this is all we should test for now. Sounds good to me. Second definition ignored. Oops. What did I mess up here? Second definition of what? Unchanged player profile. Hold on. Am I reading that right? Admin player controls. Oh, moderation. I just didn't rename it. Oh, wait a minute. No, no, I know what it is. I made the test, but I didn't actually make the placeholder for the actual implementation. So let's do that. So that's moderation. This is a component of the coordinator. It's responsible for handling all messages. Actually, it's from administrators, moderators, or players that have to do with the moderation queue. Actually, let's just have to do with moderation in general, right? Moderation of players in the game. Walls are fine. Build the wall. Yeah. Would you consider a game world that you can circumnavigate a walled world? Circumnavigate a walled world. I just don't like the walls if they're arbitrary, you know? Especially if I feel like there's no reason why I shouldn't go to the other side. So, what was I playing? It was Elder Scrolls Online. I was playing Elder Scrolls Online. It was during the beta test period. And at some point, I hit an invisible wall. And I'm like, no, it wasn't Elder Scrolls Online. What was it? It was that Star Wars game, I think. Like I literally hit a wall at like the shore of some lake, and I'm like, why can't I go explore that lake? There's a wall here not letting me go, and it was frustrating because there was no reason. The game wasn't pulling me back to do quests. It really was trying to be open world, and it looked like you could go explore this area, and you ran into a wall, and I'm like, why is this wall here? The wall was there because they didn't design the level right to, what those kinds of games end up doing is they make mountains. So they'll put a ring of mountains around the world, and the mountains are impassable. They did this in Elder Scrolls, in Skyrim, right? In Skyrim, you can't. There are mountains you cannot scale all around the edge of the map. And what's funny is if you actually break that somehow and you get to the top of that, you find that there's like, I don't know, nothing at all, or a boundless, like an infinitely deep cliff, or it just screws up and crashes if you get to the other side. It's funny. Okay, to this, I ran into this yesterday because I'm making a new component of coordinator. There are a couple things I need to change. Coordinator. It defines its pieces here, just to give them scope within the class, and then we need to actually put the piece in place in the impl, I think. Yes. No, in both its header. So add it here. And then add it here somewhere. Here. Click OD duration. This component is responsible for the exchange of message. No, this component is responsible for the moderation system of the game. Okay. Or handling, responsible for handling. Man, I will just keep it that. Okay, and then here we have to hook up the impl. And then there was one more place, right? I think it was in setting up the diagnostics. I wonder if I could make that into a macro or template or something. Anyway, that's how we hook up a new subcomponent of the coordinator. Then let's put in the pieces I want. I guess that is the thing we're testing, right? flag player. On flag player, and then oh, hold on. Right. Let's use this. They come in pairs of 3 again. There's the actual handler, no matter which path it took. There's the handler if it arrived from directly from the client, and then there's one where it was forwarded from one server to another. Because to actually handle it here, we had to be the leader server, because it's going to end up appending a command to change the game. So same thing here. Moderation. Okay. And then get rid of this guy. Then change player profile becomes add a flag player. Okay. And so we're going to change this. That player has to exist. And then we're just going to make an add mod event command. If not, we're forwarding it. And what are we forwarding? I have to forward. It's forwarded message. And it's going to start out with as the message, and then we're going to modify it. Client ID is this server's instance ID. Oh no, hold on. It's the client's ID. Client. I have to include the client here? Oh no, I think I just pass it in. That's what I wanted to do. So that is int client ID. Is that right? If something tells me that's not the pattern I've been following. I think it is. So we're going to include that. Looks like I didn't document those other parameters where I copied this from. Bad me. We don't. This is different. It's going to be message, I think. And let me pick from here. This is the account name of the player opening the ticket. I guess we'll type this from scratch. This is the original message sent by the player. This is the serial number of the player's connection to the server. Okay. Do I need to include the server ID? I think I do, yeah. Okay. Add mod event, server ID, server ID. Content equals JSON object, and we'll figure that out in a moment. Append it to the log, right? And then we're changing the client ID. Oh, that was message. We're taking the original message and adding server and client ID. The server ID, if it arrives, okay, it's just forwarded it. forwarding it to the leader. Right, and then so then this can call its helper. So I mean, these overloads can call the main one. So username. Not in the message, is it? That's the other username. It's client dot. This one. This one needs to be a little bit different, I think, because it's if the client is not logged in, we're just ignore the message, I think. But if they are, it's going to be username. And then the message. And then our server ID. Our instance ID, and then the client's ID. There. Okay, and if it arrives here, it came from another server. So there it is. Message username. Actually, no, it's I have two usernames. I got to be careful about this. Let's call that subject. Or is it accusee? What's the right word here? I guess subject fits, because that's who we're talking about, right? Okay. So username is how I'm going to forward it, right? Oh, I need to forward it here. Forwarded message. Username equals client.username. I don't have a client ID. Oops. Oh, no, I have username. Right. Username. Got it. Okay. Message. Server ID is embedded. And so is the client ID. So again, this overload is when the message is exchanged between servers. So the servers trust each other. I don't need to check. These are basically forwarding on the things that are attached when it gets forwarded here, so that it all arrives in the same place, no matter if it was sent between servers, or in this case, it was received directly by from the player. So here I should actually do some checking. Where are we going to copy this checking from? One of these. I guess it's here. Yeah, what if they're not logged in? I guess I'll just ignore it. In this case, it's reversed. If they are not logged in at all, actually, I think I had some cases where I wanted to hang up in this case, right? Right, like this. I think I just want to do that. And if this one is to handle a race condition where the message was received, but by the time it was received, that player's account was deleted for some reason. Then we just drop it. Okay. And then, so that looked up the player record. Okay, it doesn't matter. We can leave. Hold on. Oh, right. That players is through impl profile players. Okay. So that should work. I've actually coded up stuff before I did the test, which is bad, but okay. It all works out in the end, right? Okay, I've run into this a few times where I have to like build more than once. It's some hiccup in the tools. They didn't do anything. I just told it to build again, and it was fine. It always ends up either the manifest tool or the resourced stuff. What am I doing? I am working on the infrastructure for a game I'm setting up. It's going to be a multiplayer game, and so the game is broken up into a server part and a client part. And the server part, it's a cluster of servers, so that we have fault tolerance. If as a player, you'll be running the game client in the browser, and it'll connect to the servers through a network connection, through a WebSocket actually. And if the server goes down, it'll connect to a different server, and the game will continue. So a lot of the aspects of the coding I'm doing right now are handling if something comes in directly from the client, or if it was forwarded from one client to another to replicate the log, and then how to how to check. We check stuff that the client sends us. Once it's checked at one server, we don't really need to recheck it again. That kind of thing. And specifically, what I'm working on today, it's in the today command. I'm working on a moderation queue. So that's this day. So I want to have this system in place before I actually put this game online, before I even actually make a game, because I need to be able to handle if people have trouble in the game, or if they want to open up a complaint about another player, or even if a new player is created, I want to be able to review the names to make sure they're not inappropriate, that kind of thing. So I'm coding that stuff in the background. Oh, thanks a lot. Ulrich de God. Did I wave to you? I don't think I waved. There, I waved. So yeah, I don't have a game yet because I'm still setting up the game platform, but I did make a mock-up. And so hopefully this doesn't, hopefully you don't look at this and say, ew. Remember, this is just a mock-up. So I did this in only like 3 or 4 days. But this is illustrating at a very small scale certain core aspects of the game architecture. So the fact that we're running it in a web browser, that there is a WebSocket connection between the client and the server, and that there are messages going in both directions, that we're using JSON format for those messages, so that when we connect to the game, which I actually have to run the backend. I had stopped it. Let me run it again. Wonder why I was getting that. Anyway, we'll run the mock-up of the game backend. Connect. So here, this mock-up is inspired by the Atari game Gauntlet from the 80s. It was just a very simple game concept to try out a few things. So because I'm not a great artist, the game art is going to be very simple 2D pixel art tile-based graphics. And either I'll draw it myself, or I will get some free art. And if things are successful, I'll upgrade this art, maybe hire an artist. But this is just to start small, so to have a target I can achieve and not try to set the bar too high on myself. So imagine this kind of retro style art, but have the game more focused on story. So there's no story in this mock-up. It's just you fighting these ghosts that get spawned from that set of bones there. But once this platform is set and this kind of mechanics are in place, I will be adding story elements. You'll have everything you would expect. Chatting with other players, quests, NPCs, finding secrets, having inventory, leveling up, all that kind of thing. And it'll be a persistent world. I want to have these game servers always running, and everyone can log in whenever and interact with it. Forgot the assert. What'd I do? Let me look. Did you find a bug in my code? Line 15 to 18. Oh yeah, look at that. Thank you very much. That is a bug. Here, should we add a bug for myself? You didn't open an issue. Let me do that. I will do that for you. New issue. Title. I forgot an assert here. Credit goes to Colin Stevens for finding it. This, thanks. There, I opened a new issue for myself. That was more just a practice that we could do that. Should I go and fix it now? Because I have that in my project here. It's like RuneScape? Yeah, like RuneScape. Another game that you might compare it to would be Realm of the Mad God, only instead of fluid motion, mine's going to be discrete tile-based at the beginning, just to keep it simple. And really the inspiration for my game concept comes from games I played when I was younger. So Ultima 5 is what I like to quote because I really enjoyed playing the Ultima series, and so I've always wanted to recreate that kind of game. And now I'm maybe a little bit more ambitiously adding the concept of multiplayer to that. Okay, let's fix this bug. So the bug is I forgot the expectation. Yeah, I just forgot this line somehow. Expected actual. This is a good exercise anyway, that I should be able to respond to issues in GitHub. And let's run the UTF-8 tests again. I don't like stuff passing right away. I want to see it fail once. So I'll do something that'll force a failure. I'll have it both assert that it's equal and not equal at the same time. There we go. And make sure that, yeah, they really are equal. Okay, so sanity check passed. And oops, I hit my mute key by accident. Sorry about that. I hardly ever use that mute key anymore. What kind of diagram is that in the Excalibur paper under system architecture? Do you mean this diagram? This I wrote in, I use draw.io for that. And the next diagram here is the guts of any one server. So I use draw.io, and this diagram is just depicting the 10,000 foot view of how, in very layman terms, for people who don't know anything about client server architecture, to show that when you're running the game, you are the client and you are connecting through a public port to the server, and the servers also connect to each other, and then there's a orchestrator server that starts up and shuts down the game servers in the back. So it's not much of a diagram. It's really meant to be like an intro for people who really don't know anything about what a server or client is. And if you know a little bit about server stuff, then this next diagram is more specifically showing the pieces of the game server, so that when I'm working on a coordinator, you'll know where I am in the game. If I'm working on executor, you'll know I'm working down here, and you'll see where the entity component system sits in the game server, and where the web server sits. So sort of like an orientation. And I need to draw more diagrams. The coordinator has like 8 different subcomponents. I really should have diagrams for those too. It is using sort of UML. I'm a little bit flexible on the UML. So that little open diamond is aggregation. So in other words, WebGate is basically owns these servers, but they're not a part of WebGate. They can be, references to them can be handed out elsewhere. It's just aggregating 2 of them. That's what the 2 means. There are 2 web servers, one the private facing and the other one public facing. And then the other thing I use from UML are these arrows showing associations. So coordinator knows about journal, but journal doesn't know about coordinator. Coordinator knows about WebGate, WebGate doesn't know about coordinator, that kind of thing. And then I annotate like with these strings here to sort of give a hint about what's going on. So executor changes the ECS gives feedback to the coordinator, that kind of thing. So it's very loose UML-like stuff. The way my interpretation, or the way I decided to use UML is not strict, but I just pick up pieces that work for me. So maybe I'm a heretic. Actually, that string is right on top of that line. I should fix that at some point. But yeah, draw.io is pretty good for lots of different kinds of drawings. I recommend that site. Draw.io. .io. And this is sort of a mix between class and component. So this little stick and what do you call that? This is the stick and ball, and then this is the hook, I guess. I forgot what the name of it is. It's basically saying that Journal provides an interface called Raft Log, and Raft Server requires that interface. So it's the connection of these two classes through an interface. And I left that's really the only formal interface requirement thing that I have currently, because this Raft server is the only component that actually needs the interface to something else, and it's not part of the game server. It's actually a reusable component. All my reusable components are in my GitHub, and then the rest of the things that aren't reusable that are specific to my game are proprietary right now. So Raft is reusable and open source and on GitHub, and so is the web server, but none of these other things are. So yeah, I was gonna check in that UTF-8 bug, right? And then I'm gonna say here, fix. Did I already close it? Shame on me. I'll go back to GitHub and find it. Issues. I did forget an assert here. I'm gonna say that. Actually, I wonder if GitHub is smart and will say issue number 1. I forgot an assert. This is a little bit of practice and a little bit of trial and error to see if that actually does what I think it will do. Oh, just doing some snooping. Got it. So I'm wondering if it gets referenced by a commit. Oh, look at that. It worked. I can say it is fixed. Thanks again. Close and comment. I need to get into the practice of doing that. I've worked so long in a company where people didn't care about issue tracking at all, and now I'm starting to contribute open source, and if people actually open tickets, I need to pretend that I'm competent. Okay. Anyway, if you guys have any ideas either about this rough mock-up prototype thing or the real game stuff, let me know. Let me have it flip back over to the real game. I can't run them both at the same time because I was dumb and I'm having them use the same port numbers. When the cluster first starts up, because I don't snapshot the state, it has to replay the entire state. But it ends up working because we log in automatically, we get a token and all that good stuff, and we can see server 11 became the leader of the cluster, all is well. We're in term 74, means that the cluster has either been restarted or had a leadership change 73 times. We're all good, right? Okay, back to work. Back to the main work. This is all work, but back to the main stuff. I was filling this in, right? So it just occurred to me that I built that and I'm just running that here, but nothing's sending that message, so we won't be doing anything bad. Yeah, I was doing the test, right? Hold on. Oh, it dropped the test again. Moderation. Right, so it's not doing what it's expected. Actually, it should have. Let me find out. What am I doing wrong? Oh, because we're not actually intercepting that message. Okay, that's the other thing I have to do. So this flag player needs to be added to the list of commands we intercept, or that we receive and handle. And that is in a table here. So if it's from an administrator, it comes in there. If it comes from a normal non-administrator, it comes in here. So we're going to allow normal players to flag other players, right? So flag player goes there. And then I decided to put that under moderation. Okay, now it's connected, and now it should do something. I didn't fill in all the code though, so it's not going to pass still. But yeah, so it got an event, it expect all that stuff, and it got an empty message, which is because I didn't finish doing it. So yeah, maybe I'll just cheat and copy from the test. Why not? We can do that, right? Totally cheat and copy from the test, and then just not hard code things. So we're not mocking the time. We're getting the time, right? So that is impl timekeeper get current time. And then who are we? Who are we? We are username. Who are we complaining about? Is actually I decided to call it subject, didn't I? Where was sub? Did I change that in the wrong place? How do I ignore that stuff? Too many things with subject in it. It should have been in a string. Oh, there we go. There's where it was. Okay, so I had put it in the original message, but I did not put it in what we expect to see here. So I'll do that. And I didn't put it in this code correctly here. There we go. So subject is message subject. Category is whatever they say it was. And description is also whatever they say it was. Okay. Test it out. So yeah, all this stuff is back end only. I still need to make the front end. The front end would consist of something like where if you're playing here, you would either you maybe would click on the other player, or you'd have a button you can say report another player, and they would open up a form, and then you'd be typing in a description, and if you didn't click on the player, if it was just a generic reporter player, you'd have to select the player from the list, and category I'm thinking is a drop down. So anyway, the graphical elements of the drop down for the category, the input box for the description, and then either another drop down or have it so you can click a player and to pick a subject. All that is front end work, and that would go into the user interface once I actually have the game. So mostly right now I'm going to be doing the back end, and the front end work will come later. So that's flagging a player from the leader server, and I need to handle it because it could come into a follower server and need to get forwarded. So I'm going to handle that now. So there are two aspects of that. It could either come from a follower, or it could be sent to the leader. So I've done this many times, which makes me think again that I should have a template for this, but for now I don't, and instead I'm just going to copy. Handled by leader, forwarded to leader. So this is the to leader stuff. And then the received, so from follower is here. So that goes here. Here's an example of the typical open source workflow. You create a pull request against the master, and in the comment of the pull request you can type number 1. So yeah, that's what I guessed, is that the number 1 got linked. The issue will resolve when a pull request is merged. Yeah, so we kind of shortcutted that by me just fixing it, opening the ticket and fixing it really quick. Yeah. Okay, flag player from leader. So that's the one I already did. from follower means, let me clear up this language here. Handled by leader. Forwarded from follower. Forwarded to leader. Or let's say received from follower. Okay, so this is if we get it from a follower. So I need the peer server, and then you can also directly type number 1 in the commit message like I did, yeah, but usually you don't give people the ability to directly commit to master except use the maintainer. Yeah, I know. I know this stuff, I've just never actually done it. Because no one's actually made given me a pull request. I've just watched it done many times. When I was at my last job, we didn't use GitHub. It was Gerrit that we used, and instead of pull requests, since it was more of an integrated team, just everyone would make their own branches, or they would make a change, a Gerrit change, which is essentially a one-off branch, which is actually kind of like a pull request when you think about it. And then we would use Gerrit tools to merge stuff in. And that's mostly because a lot of the work the company did was on Android, and so Gerrit is sort of an Android flavor of GitHub. All right, what do I want here? I want essentially the same message, but forwarded, right? Well, that's fine, because there are actually two audiences, right? I might not know, and the other viewers might not know. So either way, it's valuable information, and I do appreciate you typing it. Also, it does reinforce the fact that for me, that I do need to get practice on that, because I've seen it done, but I just haven't done it myself. All right, so flag the player. Bob was a jerk, and we expect a few more things are added to it. It is server ID is 13531, and client ID is whatever I put in, whatever I want, actually. Actually, I don't need to transmit the server ID, do I? Because it already knows who it came from. It's just client ID. Yeah, see, Rally Monkey, I know he's learning a bunch of this stuff, so he could use that information too. Now I'm sure he's gonna open up a bunch of pull requests for my stuff. Right? Rally Monkey? Alright, so what the leader should be doing is actually exactly the same as if it arrived locally. Makes me uneasy that I have to copy paste this stuff. But in order to avoid this, I would essentially need to make a test fixture method that does the assert for this use case from two different variants of the use case, really. Or I could make a templated test case. Anyway, yeah, that's what we expect, right? Exactly the same stuff. Okay. That's that. And then if it's forwarded to the leader, that means it's the same original message. Only instead of committing it to the log, we will... It's not admin, it's player. Instead of committing it directly to the log, we actually send it to the leader to process. So I need to do the same kind of login thing, right? I need to log in them. Like so. Okay. I don't need this changes. So we expect to receive one message, and it is a flag player message. Actually, why am I doing it this way? I should just do an expect equal. I don't even need to do that. So vector JSON value for messages for this. It's almost 1 o'clock already. And that's exactly what I want to expect. And then the ID has to match, so that's a 1 in this case. Okay. What did I get wrong here? Is that not... Hold on. Is that not a vector of JSON values? It is. Okay, that was just a temporary fluke. Someone told you that standard vectors are bad because of memory fragmentation? It would be bad if you're constantly removing or inserting into the vector. They're okay if you're adding on the end, because the way the vector allocation works is it does not quite a doubling, but there's like that magic ratio of whenever you need to allocate more space, you take the amount of space that you had and you, let's say it's 3.5. You multiply by 3.5, so you start with, not 3.5, that's a bad, it has to be an integer. Let's say it's 2, just to keep it simple. So the array would, let's say it has 0 elements, and then you add 1, so you allocate 1, and then you add a second, it would allocate 2 and move the first one. Then you added a third, it would allocate 4 and move the first 2 and add the third. And then you add 1 more, and it doesn't need to do an allocation. Then you add 1 more than that, the fifth one, it allocates 8, and then copies the original 4 and adds the fifth. So every time you're doubling, so you have maybe some churn at the beginning, which you can offset by doing a reserve. You could say standard vector reserve, let's say 256. Then the worst you'll see is you'll have a 256 times the size of your element allocation. And then when it doubles, it goes to 512, then 1024, and then 2048. It'll be a limited number of reallocations, capped at 2 to the, however many times it has to double to fit your memory size. So that's really not that bad fragmentation-wise. And yeah, again, if you knew the upper bound or the reasonable number, you can always reserve it, and then it comes down to just 1 allocation. Also, another way you could fragment is if the elements of the vector are themselves allocating memory when you construct them or when you use them. And then that's not so much a vector's fault. It would have the same problem with any kind of container. And so it's, yeah, outside the scope of that problem. Outside the scope of vector, I should say. Yeah, but vector itself doesn't have, it's not inherently bad for memory fragmentation. It's how it could be abused. If you made a vector and you're constantly like erasing and inserting values in the middle, it's constantly having to reallocate memory because vector allocates a one chunk to sequentially store all of the elements together. So if you're constantly inserting and removing elements in it, instead of using vector, you'd want to use something like list or queue or dequeue, where it's essentially under the hood not required to have the elements sequentially stored next to each other. You can have holes, or you can have, or it uses pointers to jump from one to the other, and then you don't have as much memory fragmentation if there's constant churn. And there's a great book that talks about this that I recommended to someone the other day. It was Effective Modern C++. If you go to this book, it's this from, what's his name? Scott Myers. So, can I get like a chapter? Oh, maybe it wasn't this book. Oh, it was effective STL. Yes. Effective STL by Scott Myers. I get confused because it's the same author or same style. But where's the chapter summary? They talk about containers, right? Okay, I can't look at it. But amongst containers and associated containers, they explain like which container you should pick depending on whether or not you're going to cause memory fragmentation or other problems. So you don't just want to blindly. Here we go. Advice on choosing amongst the standard STL containers like vector or list and non-standard containers like hash set, hash map, and non-STL containers like bitset. So basically, it helps train you to pick the right container for the job to avoid problems like that. Okay, what was I doing here that was a problem? Cannot convert. Okay, this is why. Oh, because this needs to be a JSON object that has that inside of it. That's why. Oh, yeah. Don't use a vector for that. I usually use a map or a set for that. Use a set if there's no key. Use a map if there's a key. Because then it's under the hood, it's all pointers. And so updating or removing an element doesn't need to move or change any other element, and so you won't have as bad memory fragmentation. Now, one way you could optimize that is by having a custom allocator. So if you know that your world map is going to have 10,000 entries in it, but maybe not all at once, maybe you're constantly shuffling them around, you could pre-allocate 10,000 entries and make a custom allocator for the class that, so it basically picks from that fixed array, and then there's no allocation at all. It is one huge allocation at the beginning, and then you just manage like which ones are in the map and which ones aren't. Look up placement new for that. There's probably an article about it. So pre-allocation, if I could type correctly, and placement new. Start pre-allocating and stop worrying. This sounds promising. On-demand limited memory fragmentation. Sound familiar? Performance problems. Introducing pre-allocation. They use examples. That would be nice. Okay, he doesn't use examples, so I don't like that. I like it when they have here we go. Heap memory pre-allocation intended for games. Let's see what they say. I know that's a problem. What we want is an article that describes it. Maybe this one? I was hoping to get something right away, but maybe not. Here's the syntax. You do new, and then where the thing was pre-allocated, and then the type, and it does a constructor in place without doing any memory allocation. So you, yeah, here they go. They make a whole bunch of buffers, and then they just placement new the ones they want from that. And then so the only allocation is one thing at the beginning. In this case, it was on the stack. I don't want to sign in. Go away. This looks promising. I like examples, especially if they have little diagrams to show what's going on. So I would look into that or something like that. Would that create bog down or slower load times? Not really. It would actually speed things up because there's a lot of overhead in the dynamic memory allocator. For one thing, there's a global lock on it because the standard library can't presume to know what thread you're going to allocate memory on, so it does a global mutex, which is bad. If you have your own custom allocator, you can be a lot smart about it and not have a mutex. You could even use a lockless data structure to hold onto your pool of unused world map entries, right? You could totally make it much faster than a naive memory allocator would do. You have to worry about alignment issues. Depends on if it's an issue for you or not. Depends on the architecture and depends on the cache, depends on a lot of things. Doing one huge allocation up front can actually be very cache friendly if you're always going to loop through all those objects. So let's say you had that world map and you're constantly going to be hitting everything on the world map through some algorithm like pathfinding. If you're always doing it in order and you pre-allocated them in order, that's very cache friendly. You could speed up your game a tremendous amount. At least so I've heard. Do I know Java? I know enough Java to not shoot myself in the foot, but I always end up having to Google search differences. I get in the habit of doing stuff in C++ or JavaScript, and then I'll try to do it in Java, and like syntax error. Why? Oh, I didn't do it the correct Java way of doing it. But if you know C# or C++, Java is not that hard to pick up. It's just syntactic differences. And Java's closer to C# than C++. Pretty much any game engine does its own memory allocation. Yeah, because if you know exactly how your data is going to be used, you can craft your own memory allocation to fit that a lot better than the naive standard library does. Standard library has to cater to everything, right? So it's at a disadvantage if to a custom allocator specifically targeted to deal with your game, right? I would put it under the category of optimizations, though. I wouldn't do it unless I needed it to be more performant. You're learning C# but had a small head, so it's whatever. Need to get a physical class so I learn better. Everyone learns differently. Some people learn better visually, others by listening, and others by doing it themselves. Yeah, if you're a doer learner, if you learn better by doing it, writing a few small projects can really help. And stream it on Twitch and get feedback. That's my suggestion. Okay, this was building now. I just got off track here. Need to run this. Whoops, I didn't mean to drag that. Okay, received from follower is not concatenating the entry, and forwarding to leader is doing what? It's including the server ID. Yeah, I think I can remove the server ID now. Yeah, people will gladly backseat. So you have to set up your rules, like either no backseat programming advice only, or you can say have at it, backseat all you want. If you're learning by doing a small project, let people backseat until, if you start to feel like you're just typing what they say and you don't know what the heck you're doing, you can stop and say, hey guys, I need to understand what I'm doing. Let me try. Or maybe put the onus on them to explain why they're asking you to type certain things, right? I think that's all fair. All right, moderation. Which one am I going to handle first? Probably forwarded to leader. So if it arrives here and it's forwarded, yeah, we don't need to, I had this wrong anyway. We don't need to include that. That'll make that test pass. We'll just fix the other one now. No, it's still wrong. Category, let me open this up. Category is there, client ID is there, description is there, subject is there. A username isn't there. Username is missing. Oh, in the expectation? Yes, it's missing here. Let's make it not so generic username. Let's call it reporter. Reporter, Alex. That means I'll want to expect it on the other end too. Right here. And then up here as well? No. Okay, yeah, we're good. Yeah, I help out, I don't want to name names, but there's another streamer I help out who is learning React. And sometimes he'll just blindly type what people say. And I guess that's okay if he's frustrated and just wants to get something working, because then he'll go back and he'll try to understand, oh, what the heck did I just do? But sometimes what will happen is he'll type a whole bunch of just what people tell him to type, and he doesn't understand what he's doing, and he'll get to the end and he'll be happy about it, But then when he looks back or tries to do the exercise again, he gets stuck again. And that's the trap that I think you fall into if you just do what people tell you to do, is that you just don't get it, it doesn't connect, and you might get that temporary satisfaction if you got it to work, but really it wasn't you, it was the people helping you who got it to work. And if they now leave and you try to do it yourself, you can't do it. You didn't gain in the long term. Hey there, Subconics. How's it going? All right, let's run these tests. They still fail. What did I miss here? Oh, I didn't change the code. We need to change the code so it actually sets it as reporter here. Probably. Yay! Okay, and this one, let's address this one next. This one, it's not appended at all, so I screwed up something here. From follower. Oh, I think I might know why. So, if it comes in and it's forwarded, it will arrive here. Okay, this will be wrong. Yeah, that's reporter. And this isn't message server ID, it's context.instance ID. You were a consultant for years and it was unpleasantly common to pair with find devs who would just try to copy paste from existing code because they went through their entire career without ever bothering. Yeah, that's kind of sad. And you would hope that they're just doing that because they don't care about the craft. They're just doing it for to get money as a job. Then I don't feel so bad for them because maybe they're not getting frustrated and they're not. It's not that they're not constantly unfulfilled, right? What I feel bad for is someone who's genuinely trying to learn and they end up just copy pasting stuff and not really understanding it. Oh yeah, an experienced dev will see that right away. Like Steve, I'm sure, sees it right away. And it's probably, like he says, very unpleasant. What do? I guess if I was in that situation, the first thing I would do is try to assess, do they care or do they not care? Because I've run into a lot of people that just don't care. They're just doing it for the money, and then I just don't bother to correct them. I will sometimes I'll just help cover for them because I am the one who cares about the craft, so I'll fix it for them. They get paid, I get paid, I'm fulfilled. It's a win-win. Now, if they care about doing it right, I will try to suggest that maybe they should try to understand what they're doing. It's a delicate thing because then it becomes a interpersonal problem. How receptive are they at learning? How tired are they? Are they in a good mood or a bad mood? Okay, this is just not being accepted here. Let me do a breakpoint here. It'll arrive here. So let's see what happens. Oh, I know why. I've done this too many times now on stream. I should make a little sticky note for this. I did not add an inter-server message handler. It's getting dropped when it arrives. So these server messages, and you need to have an entry for that. So that is flag player needs to be added down here. And it is a server message handler. There we go. Do you guys have any tips for getting started on projects? I have these ideas for projects, and then when I sit down on them, I kind of go blank, don't know where to start. If you're going blank, for me, that happens if the project is too big. So what I'll do, like I did when I was coming up with the server architecture, is I immediately tried to cut it into pieces. And it took many iterations of this. So cut it into smaller pieces, and then it gives you two things. It takes a big problem and turns it into smaller problems, which are easier to think about, and it also gives you a variety to pick from. If you feel like doing the component system or the web server or the executor, I have that freedom to pick whatever I'm in the mood to work on. The flip side of that is that once you've split a big problem or project into smaller ones, then when you've done those smaller projects, you have to decide, well, how am I going to hook them up to make the big thing I wanted in the end? Or yeah, maybe Sadhu was saying, just come up with small. Is that what you're saying, Sadhu? Come up with a small project instead of a big one because it's more approachable. Why do a job that you hate? Exactly. Well, it's not that people don't hate. I've run into a lot of people that they just don't care about the content of the job. They're just doing it because they get money. And they get by copy pasting, by letting their coworkers do it for them, by just doing a crappy job because the manager doesn't care. I've actually run into very few people that do a job that they hate. They usually don't stay in that job for long. They find some way out. And if not, their coworkers help them find another job so that they're happy. Because I've run into very few people who genuinely would let a coworker continue in a hateful position like that. People are generally nice. How's it going, Romania Hate? Were you here before? Oh no, you're here. You're here for the first time today. I get my days confused. I remember you from yesterday too. That's the other thing. You could hate the job, but you just love where you work. So I would say in a net would be you're either ambivalent about the job or you like it because of your coworkers. But it's where people hate their job in aggregate. They don't like their coworkers and they don't like the job. Yeah, that's a bad situation. Yeah, cutting things up into smaller pieces is nice. And when you try to assemble the pieces into something bigger, and you're gonna fail at first, and you'll learn from that. Okay, we're making progress. It's responding to it, but I have the wrong IDs. Probably because the test is wrong. From follower. Wait. Oh yeah, here they are. So that should be 13531, which is a curious number. And then the client ID is 42. Thanks for the follow, Chris Beldam. Hey there, Subconics. So you hated it, but you loved your coworkers, right? And presumably you got paid. So, oh, what is that? That wrong. So you're probably always looking for a love situation where you love the job and your coworkers. But as long as you love your coworkers, that's not such a bad position to be in, right? That server ID should be... Oh, no, it should be the peers ID. Yeah, I had that backwards. It's interesting. I find a lot of the times my bugs are not in my code, but in my test. This has like a symbiotic relationship here. I put it in the totally wrong place, didn't I? There's a symbiotic relationship between the test and the code it tests in forms of bugs. It can be on both ends. It's when they match. When they match, it's either I did it right or the code and the test for the code has the same bug, which is what I worry about a lot. Yeah, most bugs happen when you're allowed to touch the keyboard. Yeah, for most of my bugs happen when I'm most of my bugs are created when I'm awake. So maybe it has something to do with being awake and touching the keyboard. We should be always coding in our sleep with the mouse only. Then we'll have no bugs. Oh, look at that! Slickverse gear is iron now. You've upgraded from bronze to iron, or from wood to iron. Uh-oh, I broke something in profile. Oh yeah, we added a mod thing, and then that test is too sensitive to that. I need to fix the sensitivity of that test. Create player account forwarded from follower, right? Yeah. So this one is too sensitive. Right, it looks at that number. Actually, I think I just wanted to do the same thing I did up, where was it? Up here. This whole thing. I want this whole thing. Create player new account forwarded from follower. Yeah. And again, I'm doing copy pasta, which is not the best, but oh well. I'll fix it when I refactor. That's my excuse. I'm sticking with it. Golden Gear is real gold. It might be fake gold. I mean, you might need to scratch it off to see. Swear when someone told you to sleep on it once it worked. Oh yeah, that happens to me all the time. I think what it is when we get frustrated or stumped, it's our brain trying to solve the same problem the same way over and over again that's failing. And then when you sleep, you kind of cause a reset so that when you look at the problem a second time, you're looking at it from a slightly different angle and you have a much better chance of solving it than if you... It's like hitting your head against the wall and then you come back. There you go somewhere, you come back and you hit the wall from a slightly different angle and the wall breaks. It's kind of like that. I'm just kidding. Silly analogies. But yeah, I swear it works for me too. I get stuck. I take a break, I come back, a slightly different angle, and you know what's funny is a lot of times you just find out right away what it is. And you're like, why didn't I see that last time? Oh, did I change the numbers a little bit here? It could be. Oh yeah, the numbers are different. Because it's going to be this instance number that we get here. And the client number is this. That'll be equal. Yeah. And this one, we explicitly don't care to attach it because that, we're going to use that to send back a ticket number. We don't care for new account creation. What did I do wrong? None ya business, huh? Oh, it is none ya business. Wouldn't you know? That's such a great IP address, by the way. Could use fake strings as much as I want inside of a test framework. C++ was the first language we learned, and it was harsh to start with, but it set good habits. Yeah, that's kudos to you. I would not, if I had to do everything over again, I would not pick C or C++ as the first language because it's like learning to drive by going on the freeway as the first thing you do. I mean, sure, you'll learn really fast, but you might crash. I would pick Python or JavaScript. Well, not JavaScript. I'd probably pick Python for my first language if I was going to learn it all over again. It's hard to write some program which will be taking chat from a game server to the code. It shouldn't be hard. Yeah, I did that in a previous stream. I made a chatbot. If you look back at my notes, when did I do that? Back in September, early October last year, I did a bunch of work to make a chatbot, and it looks like it only took me about a week to do it. And most of it was in the details of the API. So the Twitch's API had these different kinds of messages we had to interpret. So that's probably the hardest part of doing chat is conforming to the correct API. But otherwise, it's really just message passing. First year at university, you were taught C++, you agree, Python? Yeah. That's harsh that they would teach you C++ first. Because it's a warty language. That's what it is. It's a language that's so old, it's grown warts. It's got weird things in it, like these, preprocessor. This is a wart. A modern language doesn't pre-process before the compiler. They have first-class keywords and mechanics in the language, like Python's has what is it? It's import, or I might be confusing my languages. Import, right? So much nicer because it's built into the language and not a step you do before the compiler. So it's got warts. And people will learn it the wrong way. They'll assume that this is something the compiler does when it totally isn't. is done before the compiler even sees your code. The preprocessor takes that file and it replaces that line with the entire contents of this file as if it was always in the same file, right? And that has a lot of implications that can confuse people. Hello, world. Hello, Nui. How are you doing? I think Yui just wrote their own chatbot, and we're now talking to Nui's chatbot, because the very first thing you do in a new program is you type hello world, right? Okay, so my tests are working. My moderation stuff is working. So now we can flag players. While I'm at it, do I want to add this one, opening a trouble ticket? Because it's somewhat related. Yeah, let's do that. Moderation. I think what I'll do is I'll just take these 3 tests and duplicate them to make 3 more tests. And in here, instead of flag player, we'll call it something else. We're going to call it request help, maybe? Yeah, request help. Here we go. Or report issue. Report issue. Yeah, more generic. Wowee, look who's here. It's Raimi. And, what were we saying before? If Raimi and Raimu work together, it would be Team Raimu? Team Raimu, right? Welcome, Fluffy King. Thanks for the follow. Nice name. I'm missing some chat. Oh, there it is. They taught you C and then C++. After that, you did some HTML, CSS. Oh, that's the other thing. If you don't like Python, another good thing to start with in programming would be HTML. I've seen that recommended as well, because you can do that in steps which are not so difficult to learn. You can learn basic HTML, then add some CSS for style, then add JavaScript to it. So three nicely separated steps you can learn. And then once you know those 3, you have a nice intro to all the modern frameworks like React, Angular, and Vue, jQuery, etc. You learn Java, Python, SQL. C# is a great language to learn because it's very much similar to Java, and it's used in Unity, which means you can make games. Yeah, I think it's okay. I think C# is a decent language to learn. It doesn't have as many warts. It has some because it has interop stuff with rest of Microsoft stuff, but it's got a huge base in the core and in the libraries. The people can get lost there, but yeah, not bad. Raise issue. So I don't think I need 2 players here. We're just going to report an issue. We don't need a subject. Category, let's say stuck. Description. I was walking up some stairs and fell through a crack in the world. Fix your damn game. All right, and so what do I want to include anything else in a problem report? A screenshot, maybe? I need to think about that later because though that would be an attachment system, potentially a large amount of data, and yeah, I think I'll deal with that later. So just now a problem description is all I really need. Okay, so it's just this again. Stuck. There's no subject. And they were stuck. Fix your damned game, right? Report issue. Okay, and then receive from follower. There's no subject. Stuck. There. There's no subject. Stuck. It's pretty much the same thing. It's just a different mechanism. Slightly different implication. No subject. Actually, it does, Nui. It literally does that. So what happens? Oh, wait a minute. No, you're right. You're right because of the newfangled stuff they added, right? That we've been leveraging. So I should correct myself. Nui is correct. If you use, where is it? The newfangled stuff, the pragmas. If a pragma is invoked inside of something that was included, the pragma once is scoped to everything included, not the outside scope. So there is a bit of context, right? So you're right. These things have context. So pragma once will only, it'll not replace it if it's already been included once. Yeah, you're right. I should amend my brain to remember that. Okay, these are in place and it will fail, right? All right, so let's add the new command or the new methods. So it's just going to be modeled after the same thing. Instead of flag player. It's on report issue. Report issue, yeah. So a lot of it's the same right now, although they can diverge later. Okay, and how will they be different here? There is no subject. That's the only difference, right? There's no subject? Wow. Makes me think I really should make a template for that. And then connect it to the game, right? So flag player report issue goes here. It's funny how often C and C++ and sometimes Java are very controversial languages. Some people really hate it. Some people really love it. I would agree they are controversial. That goes under the category of being warty. They are controversial. Shaders are C. That's one perspective. Another would be that shaders are just another example. Shading languages are just another example about how the I don't know what you'd call it, pseudocode. If you were to write it in, if you were to write pseudocode right now for something, it's gonna look kind of like an amalgamation of all languages, right? You'll have for loops or while or repeat or some kind of concept of loop. You'll have some concept of variables, but it'll be sort of whatever. It'll be colored by whatever language you're used to using. So if you're used to using C and then you look at shader languages, you'll be like, oh yeah, that looks like C. But let's say you didn't know anything about C and you knew JavaScript, and then you looked at shaders, you'd be like, oh yeah, those shaders looks like JavaScript. Do peeps learn Java? I think they do, but they're scared and they don't come here. I'm just kidding. I think people do learn Java. Java is still used on Android, right? And not everyone has joined the Kotlin cult. I should ask my friends who still work at the last job I was at to see if they'll have all been forced to switch to Kotlin or if they're still on Java. C++ changes the symbols. Yes, it's called name mangling. To embed the type information in the symbol, yeah. And that's a wart on the language again, right? Okay, I did that in the first try, so I'm happy with that. Let me check it in. So we added mechanisms for players to report issues and flag other players. That's what we did. Okay, add moderation subcomponent of coordinator. This subcomponent, let's see, add mechanisms for players to flag other players or report issues with the game. All right, we're just passing the 3-hour mark. Just use machine code, yeah. There are actual Twitch streamers who write in assembly language, believe it or not. I forget how to say his name, but was his Zwei? The one that starts with a Z. There's a guy on Twitch who is coding up NES games, 8-bit. Yeah, do you know the name? It starts with a Z. Why something? That stuff is amazing to me. I used to toy around with that, and I could never scale things up to a larger program. I'm gonna have to look it up because he might be streaming now. He is not streaming, but I can look this up. It would be under people I follow. I can find it that way. Hold on, I must find this person's name. I sure follow a lot of people, don't I? 112. Hold on, let me find it. Oh, wasn't it Zorkenheimer? Zorkenheimer. Zorkenheimer is the one who codes NES games, 8-bit games in assembly, in 6502 assembly, which is even cooler because that's the architecture of the very first computer that I had. All right. It's 65.816. I thought it was 65.0. Oh, that's Super Nintendo. It was the original 8-bit NES was 6502. All right. What do I want to do next? I think I'm done with the original plan, and I'm at 3 hours 15 minutes. I guess what I can do is some of the. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not quite done. They open a trouble ticket or they flag, but we need to get the ticket number back to them. That's right. And now also I need to execute the commands. I forgot to do that completely. Okay, let's do the executor stuff. So commands are appended by things like, by specifically the coordinator, appends commands to the game this way, append log entries, and they end up, if you haven't seen it, it looks like I closed it. Open it again. Am I doing this queue as a job for someone? This is hold on. Let me see if I understand. If I'm understanding the question, am I doing this as a job for someone? I'm doing it for myself, making my own game. So this queue is all about moderating players in the game I'm going to be writing. So there's a link to more information about my game there. In a sense, yeah. Well, if what you're asking is is processing the queue going to be someone's job, if they want to be a moderator of my game, this will be one of their jobs, is to go through and handle that moderation queue. But that might not, it's probably not what you asked. Anyway, here's what the game journal ends up looking like. It's just a bunch of JSON encodings of those commands you were seeing. And let me pick out one of them. I'll just pick out this last one to illustrate format. So this is a login command saying that Raimu logged in on server 10 using client 2 from this IP address at this time and obtained, set this as the login token, which will appear on the front end there. You see it there? It comes in as, here's your token, so that when I refresh and it logs in again, that it logs in with the token and succeeds. And I can't, I want to abandon that change to the journal. Or I screw up server 10 if I do. And then you'll see that I'm down here. That was the refresh of the login token at the end there. Oh, you don't know what I'm doing. It's my multiplayer game. So since this is your first time here, you saw that link to what I hope to do. Let me show you the mock-up of certain aspects of the game. How long till I hire employees or partners? If it succeeds, it'll probably be another year before I know that it's trending towards being successful, and then I would consider hiring. Let me show you a few things about these. This is all concept stuff, so this is not what it's going to actually look like. But because I'm solo on this, I wanted to pick something that is not impossible to do within a couple years. And so the art is pretty simple because I'm not an artist. And the interface is pretty simple. And so this mock-up is really inspired by a different game called Gauntlet, which is an Atari game from the 80s. And just to illustrate that, I want to aim pretty low, something that I can do art style-wise, because I'm not an artist. Tile-based 2D retro kind of art. And it is a multiplayer game, so there is a connection between the game playing. The game is showing up in your web browser, but it's really being run on a game server cluster. And messages are constantly going between your client and those servers. And they are over a WebSocket connection. And the messages to the client are generally to update the view to show you what's going on in the game. And the messages in the other direction are inputs. They could be either you logging in or you moving your character or whatnot. And all of that mock-up, if you want to check it out, is in my GitHub. But yeah, I won't really know if this is successful or not. It probably won't be, just being realistic. Most solo indie devs, especially if it's their first game, they fail. But I do expect to learn a lot. We'll see. We'll see in about a year. Warrior Needs Food Belly. Exactly. I haven't done any audio, actually. It would have been cool if I did and made my own Raimu sounds. Record myself saying Warrior needs food. And all that. Well, thank you. And this is done in Pixie.js, by the way. The front end is going to be all JavaScript because I didn't want to spend as much time on the front end. JavaScript lets me code stuff up pretty quickly. It gives me an opportunity to learn another language. And I can focus more on the back end, which is mostly going to be C++, because that's my bread and butter, so to speak. But yeah, so I took the cluster down. This is what happens when the game is completely offline. The client will sit there trying to log in again, and the admin console shows red for everything. So I start the cluster back up, and you'll see it go green after it replays the log. Generally, the leader starts up first, and then the followers follow. And then it reconnects. Okay. And every time that happens, by the way, every time I restart the cluster, we have this happen now. Every server reports who is connected. So basically no one's connected. And then there's me, my client logging in again. Okay. Right, we need to get the token back. So I was going to make a another test for the return path. Oh no, before that I need to do the executor, right? The executor has to actually execute the two commands, flag player. Actually, we have 3 of them, right? No, it's just one. It's called mod, where is it? Add mod event. So I can just steal from any one of these and just rename it add mod event. And does mod event actually need a player to exist? It doesn't, right? So I don't need this. Actually, I'm just going to repurpose this whole thing. So let's call this add mod event. And then we don't need these other ones here. And I guess that moves down to here. Right, okay, so. Oops. We're just going to fill in random numbers here. Actually, that was already there. What's next after server and client? Content. I can put whatever the heck I want, right? So I'm going to pick that Fluffy is the king. Because I can. If you don't want me to put this in the code, I'll take it out. But that's just me being my odd sense of humor coming out, that I just pick words from chat. All right, and so what do we expect to happen? We expect this is not going to players, is it? Okay, so that means the executor needs to be hooked into a new object called the mod queue. What did I call it? Mod queue? Mod queue. So we need to include that. Mod queue. And we will have a mod queue in our fixture. So next to this players, we'll have a mod queue. Lowercase. Okay. Then we'll expect equal something for when you ask the mod queue for all of the entries, right? This returns a map. Okay. So we can do this. I believe in us. Map, we can use the initializer list syntax, which is a bunch of pairs. So it's going to be start from 1, right? Because that's just how I coded it earlier. And then the value is a JSON object. And then that object will have a Fluffy King in it. Okay, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get away with this. I've never tried to do a map comparison with Google Test before. I don't think it's going to work unless it's just I missed a semicolon somewhere. Too many arguments for a function like syntax error. Oh, maybe I am missing a parentheses. No, I think it just doesn't like it. What if I put that in extra parentheses, though? Oh, it liked it. So it's just a Google Test problem with that template, I guess. All right. So this will fail. Because we did not add the event at all. Okay. Macros. Yeah, macros are evil. Probably if I looked into this, I could probably figure out why this symbol when it's embedded here is having trouble with that template. But yeah, that's one thing I usually try if I have trouble with macro arguments, is just put extra parentheses around it. And if it fixes it, it's like it was the macros problem. C++ standard drafts are on a Git repo with source code? Yeah, I read about that the other day. Blows up the cloning size. Oh, because it's huge? Yeah, well. You only need to clone it once, right? And then you're just fetching diffs. You have to take that one initial hit. So you have the same problem with Android source code. Thanks for the follow, Jazaku. Alright, so there's a bunch of things I need to do. Right now, this mod queue is not connected to the executor in any way, so that we should probably do that first. So that's in all of these mobilize calls. So I'm going to prompt the change by going to where this is declared and actually just adding it. So in addition to the players, we also now need the mod queue, which comes from mod queue. By the way, I hope you guys all have a great weekend. It's Friday. It's our PLS. It's Friday. Can't you tell I'm happy that it's Friday? Alright, so we have the mod queue expected to be passed in here now. And I'm just basically going to have a compiler error driven change. Instead of doing TDD, test driven development, it's going to be CEDD, compiler error driven development. This is the object which we're going to say the same thing, the more grandiose statement here. Houses the single source of... Actually, it doesn't. I should really fix this. It really is caching. Caches information about... The single source of truth is really the journal of the game. Fundamentally. These are caches. Caches information about moderation events and their history. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so here we go. CEDD, compiler error driven development. We just change the prototype and build it and see where it breaks. And I'll even do F8. So it says, okay, it doesn't match. Fine, that is correct. We'll make it match, right? Next. It says, oh, you didn't give it to me here. Okay, we'll give it to you then, right? Hold on, what happened there? I don't know. Mod queue. There we go. Next. It gets into here once a mod queue. Actually, let's just jump ahead. No default constructor available, really? That's stale. Okay. Ooh, what happened there? Is that a previous error tripping it up? End of macro expansion. What the heck? What'd I do here? Did I break something? What macro are we talking about? I don't know what I did. Did I hit that line by mistake? That was working a moment ago. Especially the parentheses. I feel like I accidentally ate a character here. Oh, I did. I accidentally ate a character. That parentheses was so yummy. Okay, next. This is in the real game, so the real game needs to have a mod queue now. So I will need to make one. Mod queue. No problem, we can do that. We can make one as long as it's something we know about. Now we know about it, and we can make one and give it to him. Done. It'll still fail. But now it has access to it, so we can put it where we can save it for later. Does this have a demobilize? I don't think it does. I think we just hold on to it until we're destroyed. Okay, so this will put near here. This holds a history of all moderation events in the game. Okay. And that's scoped within Realm server. All right. So we're done with the CEDD. Back to TDD. Right, so we need to execute the command. So the way I do this is in 2 steps. We have a table of command executors here. So for every command, we have the function to call to execute that command. So this would be add mod event, right? And then means we need to have a function called add mod event. I can put it here, because why not? No one's going to stop me. Oh, 3 matches. Add mod event. Execute the add mod event by not doing that, by adding hold on a minute. How do I get, what do I do with the ticket number? I just realized that I have no mechanism for returning the ticket number unless I include it in the ticket. Maybe that's what I'll do. Yeah, I think I'll do it that way. Rather than returning it from add, I'll have it put into the ticket itself. Actually, I can do both. I'll do both. Execute the add mod event by adding an event, adding a new event to the moderation queue. Okay, so that means before I do this, I need to go back and change my expectations for the players, for the mod queue. So mod queue test needs to change a little bit. Because when we add a ticket, I want that ticket number to show up in the original ticket. Okay. So it's a little bit different then. So if that's the content in, hold on, let me do this right. Content in, then the content out we can compute from the content in, adding an ID to it. It's going to be 1, right? That's what we expect. And the same thing for ticket 2. It's going to be a 2, right? What was your 20+ years job? I listed in Code Journey. It was, I guess it doesn't matter if I say it. I worked for Qualcomm. So I was in their multimedia R&D group, and I made proof of concept apps. So they would always come up with new technologies, new algorithms, new things they wanted to demo, and I was sort of ended up in charge of a team that made apps that we would run at trade shows. And I also made tools to help the algorithm designers. So if they need, like for example, a new voice encoder, I might make a custom voice over IP app so that they could make phone calls with their new voice encoder and test it out. So did that for quite a while. Picked up a lot of knowledge about how to make apps in Windows and Linux and server stuff, especially in the most recently we did a lot of work with prototyping new TV broadcast stuff. So I did a bunch of stuff with MPEG 2 and the new 3D audio stuff. That was fun. Actually, here's where I'm going to expect these, right? Oh, actually, no, I don't have to hard code. I can do this here. Actually, we'll keep that expectation, but then this should be that, and then we can expect that they're equal. Oh, I never did check them. I should do... Why did I not do that? This should be doing this. Expect equal out should be what we ticket one entry second is, right? And then 2 out is what is 2's entry. It was pretty fun. But they had a big round of layoffs, and I was impacted by that. So that's what happens in the real world. My team disintegrated. The lead of the group I was in left, went to work somewhere else. It was bad. Bad times. All right. Okay, what did I do here? Oh, I did just, okay. I just didn't fill in that thing there. MPEG 2, you'd be surprised. All of the latest stuff, like both in Europe and in the US for digital television, is all based on the work from MPEG 2 systems. They just added a bunch of stuff on top. It's actually a pretty brilliant design. The digital television signal includes its own clock embedded in the bit stream, and a television receiving it can actually derive the clock from that digital signal, and that's how you get jitter-free video on digital televisions. At least that's my understanding of how it was designed. It's pretty cool. They call it the program clock? PCR? Program clock reference? Yep. So both was a DVB and the American one. Can't remember the acronym. But the latest digital TV standards are based off of that. Witchcraft, exactly. Yeah. NTSC, no, ATSC. ATSC. NTSC is the old stuff, right? ATSC. Advanced Television Systems Committee. NTSC was the old one. The what does it stand for? I think NTSC was analog television, right? But ATSC is the latest stuff. That's what you meant. I see. So yeah, I was involved in helping out the team that added 3D audio to the latest ATSC. It was MPEG-H. Yep. ATSC 3.0 had MPEG-H. I helped those guys out demo it. So if you had gone to what was it? National Broadcaster Conference. What was that called? NAB. If you've gone to the NAB, National Association of Broadcasters, they have like a yearly conference, showcase, trade show. And for the last many years, it's been in Las Vegas. If you had gone there for a couple of years, you would have been able to meet me. And I could have demoed our MPEG-H stuff there for you. All right. That distracted me heavily. What was I doing? Add mod event. Oh yeah, we're still working on that, right? We have to execute. Oh, wait a minute. No, I wanted... For that to work, I need to have the the mod queue return. All right, the mod queue tests. Those are going to fail now. Where are my mod queue tests? Here. Right, because it is not returning the right values. It doesn't have the ID in it. Okay, so we're going to fix that first. A message has not been sent and is checked by modders, but it seems they currently aren't active. Yeah, I want the response to you to be a ticket has been opened. Click here or bookmark this or write down this number, and it'll be the mod event ID. And clicking on it should let you check the status of it and append comments. I need to add that as well. Okay. That's the test. I'm having so much trouble today navigating my own code. No, that's not the test. That's the actual code. So it's here. Add, right? Add, we want to put embed. We want to embed that in the ticket. So I guess we'll just reference it again. That should be fine. It's fine. This is fine. There we go. Okay, so now to fix the executor. When we add a mod event, we're going to take the what is it, content of it. All right, so impl mod. And we are already in the impl, so it's mod queue. Add the ticket. Oh, we need to get it back out though. Right, I wanted to make it also. Oh no, it is getting it out. What am I thinking? Hold on, let me think about this. This is still going to be a problem. I think I know what I want to do. I want to break the add up into 2 steps. I want add to make a ticket and then no. Oh, you know what? I know of a different way to do this. When we see that the command has been executed, we can just ask the mod queue to get that ticket, and then we can get the ID from it. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm gonna do. So, yeah, I'll leave the ID in, but I'm not gonna use it. So I'll say void mod queue add, and the ticket is command dot content. Then there's the server ID and client ID. Those need to be embedded in the command. I mean, not in the command, the mod queue, right? Oh no, they don't need to be. It can just be content. Right, okay, this is good. This will work. So build that. Yeah, oh yeah, we added the ID, which is important. I guess we'll put it first. Now it'll get executed, which means that the coordinator can hear back from it. So back to coordinator we go. Moderation. Oh, and I'm gonna copy this test from another test. Ooh! Thank you for the sub, Colin Stevens. Very much appreciate your support. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Let me know if you have any questions. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay. Profile. Yes, you can now use my awesome wave emote. As Slickver is showing. Now when you use that emote on other channels, people are going to be like, who the heck is that guy with the beard? Hey there, vacuum insulated pipe. In Perry. VIP. I liked... What was it? Something to do with pizza. I liked it. I already forgot what it was. Voracious imbiber of pizza. Imbibe would be to drink though, so that doesn't quite work. All right, what am I looking for? I'm looking for a test here that is handling the execution of a command. Here we go. Sex. This is what I want. I want this test copied over here, and I want it now. Flag player. Sure. So this is flag player. We'll say response provided when player flagged. There we go. Very into pizza? Yeah, I think you're right. But now I'm preferring what I just said. Voracious imbiber of pizza. No, another I word. I can't think of one. All right. Oh, so I did it from the leader's perspective. That's what I did. So it's this same arrangement here. That much of it, and that's the setup. So Alex flags Bob because Bob was a jerk. Bob didn't give me the sword we promised. And then the command we expect is an add mod event to be executed. So we show it. We have to do what the executor would have done, which would be mod q. I don't have mod q in this suite, so I'm gonna have to add it. So go to where that's declared. Hold on. Now go to where it's declared. And we'll add the mod q. Oops. That didn't work. Just 2 hits of the Control D. View is perfect. Oh, that's very smart. Yes, you'll trigger all of the React and Angular people with that. Leroy Jenkins, autoban, yeah. Actually, I do plan to have a blacklist. I actually do have a blacklist of usernames. Because there are certain things I just already know I don't want. And one of them was admin. Admin and root, I just wanted to forbid. And this was just temporary, and I was going to allow it to be kept externally. So I want to have certain blacklisted usernames. What I might do is actually blacklist the names that you guys are using so that, not to prevent you from playing, but to reserve them so someone can't steal your name. So what you would do, I think, would be, I would hold your name in reserve, and then if you wanted to play, I would grant you the name by through whispers off stream or something. But yeah, so just to prevent people from to control names, I do have that provision, yeah. Mod queue. So we have a mod queue now. Is that not how I spelled it? It's just IntelliSense taking a while to catch up. Right, so coordinator's going to need to talk to the mod queue soon. This is fine. View is painful. Temporary shouldn't have admin hard-coded. That's how you do it in all your projects? I see. Yeah, so instead of doing players add, we'll do mod queue add. The ticket. I guess that is this. Oh, wait a minute. No. What does the coordinator care about? It only really cares that it gets a JSON object that has an ID in it. Right? So it really only cares to see ID. And then we publish that entry. And really I need to be smart about this. That entry needs to match the size. So const auto expect journal entries before. Oh, wait a minute. I already had it there. I guess we'll let it be hard-coded, right? We'll leave it. So entry, this is 1 based, and that is 0 based, so that matches. No error means that we expect to get a message back, and it will be what? Flag player result. Actually, let's keep it generic. Yeah. So it'll be ticket status, I guess. Or ticket. Ticket status. Because I want to reuse this message. So I want to use this message whenever an update to the ticket has happened, so we can alert the user. So how about we'll have status new, and it'll just be ID, it'll be 42. That's all we'll put in there for now. If you add some compact binary serialized messages in the future, do you think you'll leave in JSON support? Probably, because the if I were to replace all that with binary, I'd have to go through all my tests, and it'd just be a big pain in the butt. So I would probably have it be a special mode that is not the default, but then in the real production, it's turned on right away, and have it be an alternate path, and probably have to build that into all my messages. So I probably would, the way I would do it is I would be focused on these command tests. And so in addition to encode, there would be like an encode binary. And instead of create, instead of one create, there'd be 2. Create from JSON, create from binary. And then I can test that completely separate from the rest of the game, and leave all of this stuff to be the way it is. So have both modes, basically. And yeah, so I don't have to mess up all my tests, to recode all my tests. I want it to be readable too, so the JSON helps make the test readable. So having binary, it would just make needless complication there. Okay, so what do we expect? Well, this stuff doesn't matter. That's all I care about. That when it's published, we get back a ticket status that it was new, a new ticket, and that's the ID number. All right. Protobuf. Yeah, so protocol buffers could be, so it'll be an alternate mode. Again, with this resource compiler. Flaky tools. Okay, this was moderation test. Right, there is an, there's an exception. Probably because, why? It never got there? Let me see. Turn on exceptions, and then debug. Exception is here. Oh, on the login. Because why? The WebSocket doesn't exist? What's going on here? Oh, it's this line. The client doesn't exist. Okay, that's the problem. So, did I forget to log them in? I did log them in. Does this login fail? Protobuff makes me think of cucumber? Cucumber makes me think of food, and food reminds me that I'm hungry. I don't know cucumber, other than the food. Yeah, I'm wondering if this login is failing. Yeah, let's step through it. All right, ready to step through. And I went and stepped way over it. Let's try again. In. Start login. Finish login, yep. So we didn't get disconnected. I made journal entries. 2. Correct. It's a login. So we log in, we publish that entry. Oh, I know what it is. I think I know. How many entries are there now? 3? Yeah, it's going to the wrong one. But I never used that command. So what's the problem here? Oh, is it the publish? Oh, there, it's the publishing the wrong command. I knew I shouldn't have hard coded these numbers. That should just use that and that plus 1. There we go. Cucumber was a business logic test wrapper of sorts. It was meant to make testing read like business requirements. Just added extra overhead on top of your normal test suite. The overhead was the cost of making it read more like business requirements. So yeah, if you had business people or managers who wanted to read your unit tests and understand them, and the cost was more overhead. Huh. Interesting. But the benefit of protocol buffers is it's like a domain-specific language for doing parsing and generation of headers, right? So I would think that extra overhead is what you want, because otherwise you're hand coding all the parsing. All right, let's run the test. It never sends the message because we didn't code it. At least it didn't crash. Okay. So we're going to handle the execution of flag player. That is in the, do I have that as a table? I think I do. Too many files, man. Too many tables, too many files. Here they are, command execution delegates. So it is add mod event. So we'll go, this is part of moderation. And I'll model it after any one of these, doesn't matter. So declare this, and we're just going to copy this and go over to moderation and paste it. Up here, react to the execution of add mod event, and then proper English says I should say an in there. Okay. We go here. Get the command, right. So there were two kinds of add mod events I envision. One is where we expect a ticket number back, and the other one was where we don't. And the difference was if it had if the IDs matched, right? So this kind of a model. So if the server ID doesn't match, then just return right away. If it is our server, then look for a client with that matching one. If there was no error, then here's where I want to do the thing, right? So we send back a message saying what we expect in that test. Ticket status, status new, ID, and then we get the ID from the ticket. So that is, actually, I guess we need to get the ticket, don't we? The ticket should, it should always exist if that's executed correctly. So mod queue, which we don't have a reference to yet. I'll have to add that. Get command oh, this is a problem. Yeah, how do we know which one to get? Shoot. I don't know. Conundrum. This is one of those things where I might have to delay it till next week so that I can sleep on it. So I really do need that return value, but how do I get it over to the other class? It has to come through the journal. You know what we can do? Is we can just look through all of them. So we can have a way we can ask the mod queue, give me all tickets. Give me it could be pretty simple, right? If I put the ticket in there. No, hold on. Don't know. I have to think about this, and it's probably not best to do this on stream because I'm just going to be talking to myself in incomplete sentences. So let me leave it here. Leave that as it is, and this one we will have it fail saying no idea. No idea what the ID is. And then also I should have this provision for if it fails, right? Actually, will it ever fail? It'll never fail. It'll never fail. We just do that always. Yeah. Okay. That's as close as I can make it right now. But let me at least see that it resends the message and that we just don't match on the ID number. Okay, it didn't send it. So that might be something in the test. Nope, yeah, that ID needs to, no, that ID needs to be in the command. It should be in the command. Hold on. Oh, I connected it. So that should get here. Let's see what happens. It got here. What is the server ID? 0. Okay, that's bad. Client ID 0. Is it 0 here, though? Let's see. It's not 0. Okay, it made it that far. Hold on then. Oh, wrong class. That's why. I'm like, something's not adding up here. Add mod event. There we go. Fixed. Okay, so it's down to, I don't know how to get that ID out. The ID comes in here, but we don't know how to get it back out because we don't know which ticket it is. So that'll be my conundrum to think about over the weekend and sleep on it. I'll just check it in right now as a work in progress. Sounds good to me. I need to go eat something. I hope all you guys have a great weekend. I'm just gonna check this in and we'll rate someone and I'll go eat. And I'll see you guys on Monday after and hopefully I'll have a solution to this. I might have even already done it by Monday. And I need to try out sedhu12's shader that I forgot to do. So anyone else want to give it a try? sedhu12 had the shader toy he was working on, and he was having trouble getting it to work on Windows. Maybe if you're interested in it, maybe private message him in Twitch, and I promise to look at that. I'll need to look at that and a couple other things as well. Oh, I was gonna also maybe upgrade to the latest OBS and look into downscaling. Actually, it was either downscaling to 720p or I need to practice playing around with getting stream options or stream. Is that what it's called? Quality options. That's it. Quality options. Yeah. Let me just check this in. Yeah, you guys enjoy your weekend too. It's basically cheating on you? I'm sorry. I'll try to not work on the weekend. I'll try my best. Actually, I'm playing a new game, so I'll probably be playing that all weekend. Okay, yes, this was all... Okay, now this is a change to ModQ. ModQ now includes the ID, which I'm actually not sure I want to have, but we'll put it in there for now. So, ModQ, include ticket ID in the content. What game? I was playing Imperium Galactic Survival, which is an early access game, and I picked it up because I saw another streamer playing it and it looked cool. It's the kind of game I enjoy, which is open world exploration, crafting. I know that genre is saturated, but occasionally I'll see one that I think I'll enjoy. So I've been playing that. It's kind of, we'll have to see. It kept me up until 1 in the morning, but then again, it isn't the most polished game yet. But on the other hand, it's an alpha, so they're still developing it. All right. The executor now executes the event. And there's the test for it. And yeah, that's a separate check-in. Okay, this also require changes elsewhere. Here, right? Yes. That's different. This goes with that, I think. No, that doesn't. That's the coordinator change. This is the executor change. So executor execute, add mod event, and require mod queue. Okay. Actually, the game has been in early access forever, and it makes me a little bit nervous when a game gets released on early access and is still in early access after 4 years. But apparently they're still updating the game, so it could be just like, you know, what was it? It was a game that was in early access forever, and it didn't die. It just took a long time. Oh, RimWorld. RimWorld was in early access for years, but the developer is an awesome developer. He kept working on it. It just took him a long time because he's a small indie game studio. Okay, and this is my pathetic attempt to respond to the new ticket. This is work in progress. Work in progress. responding. Provide player with a new ticket information. So when a player opens a new ticket in the moderation system, the game needs to provide the ID of the new ticket. Currently, there is an issue where a design issue where the new ticket ID is not known until after the command is executed. Thus, meaning that there's no way to there's no way to know which ticket Let me think about this. Maybe there's a way. It'll be executed. Oh, but it won't be in the command. Right. There's anywhere the new ticket ID is not known, so meaning it won't be in the executed command. So the coordinator has no way to, it doesn't know, won't know which ticket to respond to. Which ticket to respond about. That's my tired, hungry English talking. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Yeah, it was basically in early access, right? I call that backtrack and an honest attempt to correct a huge mistake. Did they drop it twice? I thought they dropped it once when they broke all their promises and basically pissed off the whole community. But it seemed to me like they did make an honest effort to try to fulfill at least some of the promises they made in their patches. I still, overall, I think the game is boring, but I have played it a while, so maybe it's one of those games where it's still fun, but gets boring after a while. And then it's more of like, how do you value your time? If you spend 200 hours playing a game and then you're bored, but the game costs $20, is $20 good for 200 hours? That sounds reasonable to me. Yeah. It's different. Every game's early access story is different. There are some games that just completely die. There are others that stay in early access forever. There are some that leave early access, but it's basically they don't want to work on it anymore. So they say, oh, we're at 1.0, and basically it sucks, and they just leave it. And then there are those that stay, take a long time and eventually get released. Those are nice. That was the intent of early access, right? You get it years before it's available, but it actually does end up being a good game, and you help maybe steer the course of the game. All right, friends. I'm going to consider that I got a good chunk of this done, but I need to fix a design flaw, and then there's some other feedback things I need to do, and also all the front-end work. So I might do the front-end stuff on Monday after I fix this design issue. Exactly. Ship it. But I'm not sure. The weekend always throws a wrench into everything. By Monday, I'm like, I want to work on something completely different. So I'll be back on Monday morning, my time, 10 a.m. Pacific time. In the meantime, I have a Discord channel. I announce like 10-15 minutes before I go on stream to say what I'm going to work on so that you can decide if you care or not, if it's interesting or not, and all that. Because I work on a variety of things. Sometimes I'll be doing React work or Pixie.js graphics work or Python stuff. Most of the time it's the C++ backend stuff though. So if you don't like it, that's fine. Plenty of other things to watch. But probably more of this backend Probably actually, let's plan on trying to do some front end work on Monday. All right, so who's still streaming now? And another query I want to make is if anyone's streaming Botland, we'll consider rating them. Categories. I need to bookmark this. It's like you go to category, browse categories, Botland. No one's streaming Botland now. Shucks. Okay. Let's see who I'm following that's streaming now. Well, Irish John rated me yesterday, so might. Let me see if he's still going. We'll return the favor to him. If, assuming he's still going. And I gotta watch an ad now. Shucks. But as long as he's not done yet, we'll raid him because he rated me yesterday. So Irish John Gaming, he's a really great guy. He's working on his own game in Unity. It's a pirate ship battle, PvP, PvE, all sorts of interesting things. He's still going, so we're gonna raid him. Irish John Gaming. Okay, here we go. Say hi to Irish John, and see you guys on Monday. Bye. Bye-bye.